Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to Magic the Gathering Online. Today is Friday, April 24th, starting a little bit later. YouTube seems like it is showing off the fact that it is on the verge of collapsing with all of the extra uh, internet traffic happening. But then again, YouTube has been kind of on the verge of collapsing before this, and I don't mean as a product or as a service per se. I mean as their actual AI driven hardware goes. For nearly a month now, my Android YouTube app, which I mostly use to watch, to look at my subscription, will not just show the subscription feeds. And on top of that, notifications have been very inconsistent as far as whether notifications go out when I go live or not. And I have been wanting to start streaming. We're starting a little bit late today, but I had been wanting to start streaming later anyways. So this season ends in 6 days, so now would be the time to see if we can get from gold tier 3 maybe up to platinum. I don't think we'll probably make it. Collection wise, I don't have any new cards to show off, and pack wise I don't have any new things, so we can just kind of jump into the game. There was a big update. Here we have less than 10,000 gold, and we need to start saving up gold for the next expansion just in case. So spending 10,000 here is not an option, and spending 2,000 for sealed Ikora. The sealed does add the cards to your collections, so maybe sealed is slightly a better experience, but it would require gems, and you'd basically have to have 7 wins, and chances of that are practically none. Now, on the mastery level, I only have to go one more level, and we will have a mythic card reward and a draft token. So we'll use that draft token, I think, next week on Wednesday. And that really just means we're going to go ranked, out for blood. That should work fairly well for these daily quests. There was a day where I was on the verge of playing Magic Extra, just to catch up even further on the mastery levels. But instead I chose to either do nothing or get back to playing Deathspank, which I have finished. So here's the accountability section. It's a weird series I'm going through. Like, usually I try to play games and find like a logical through line from playing one game to another. Most recently I've been playing games that had some involvement with Ron Gilbert. And with Deathspank, with the cave, Deathspank came out before the cave, and I'm kind of jumping all around in timelines. We're seeing a lot of games that are kind of sucky, that Ron Gilbert had some involvement with, and then you have Monkey Island and Maniac Mansion, and I think it really feels like what happened is Ron Gilbert's input on games after Maniac Mansion became ever increasingly less. He was really just putting his name on things, or his input just didn't ever evolve or get better, and probably got worse. Deathspank tries to be this action RPG that has a comedy a la the comic book TV series character, The Tick, but none of the dialogue is funny. None of it's interesting. And then when I got to the final boss fight, an amazingly high difficulty spike, when I went from one hit killing everything in the game, basically, and then I have to all of a sudden figure out a strategy where I have to use a density potion which makes me smaller, which then increases the amount of damage I do, and they don't ever really explain that that's what the density potion does. One could easily have just assumed that it just makes your character smaller and is a joke Easter egg item, without making the connection that, oh no, it is actually an attack up potion. But then you also have to use a speed up potion, and I could also easily see players not realizing that the speed up potions actually speed up the attacks too. And even when I'm using the attack up and the speed up, you have to use a specific weapon on him, otherwise he'll heal himself back up, and he seems to be very poorly programmed where he heals himself back up anyways. So there's just a real nightmare scenario of 4 or 5 deaths in a row, spent probably 20 minutes just trying to finish the final boss for a kind of unsatisfactory reward. Now there is a twist, so spoilers that there is a twist at the end of Deathbank, setting up its sequel. It's an interesting idea, certainly, but it runs into a problem that on the second playing of Deathbank, which is the second time I played it, I actually enjoyed it pretty well the first time, but it really didn't stand up to time, and it really doesn't stand up to a second playthrough, which makes Deathbank really not worth recommending to anybody to actually play. But clearly there was no second pass on any of the gameplay mechanics. Nobody looked at this and did any kind of gameplay testing, balancing of the economy, balancing of the attacks and defense damage. There's glitchiness, several different little bug things that I can only classify as bugs. And there was definitely no second pass on the dialogue. When it does want to do something to make you talk, it is just forcing you to go through conversations, when basically it would have been better to just show a cutscene at that point, which the game does have cutscenes, so it's not like they were amazingly against the idea of having cutscenes. But yeah, it really feels like Hothead Games didn't know what they were doing. They had made the Penny Arcade games before this, and I guess what they were trying to do was take the general idea of making those turn-based RPG games and make them a little bit more kid-friendly, which wouldn't be a terrible idea. And in all fairness, I don't think there's any more relevancy in playing a Penny Arcade RPG. The Rain Slick Precipice of Darkness, I believe is the name of that series. I don't think there's any more relevancy in playing that today than there would be playing Deathbank. Neither one of them are relevant. If anything, many years later, you see them come with the South Park games, not Hothead Games, but the next comedy-based RPG I can think about would be the South Park game, and particularly that first game was very well received, but again, it was also a turn-based RPG game. And I think turn-based has to be the way you do comedy RPGs, because if you go with an action-based RPG, then the game just is going to inherently have an action feel to it, and you're going to have players who just want to run through it. And that's exactly the experience I had with Deathbank. Is I just wanted to run through it. I just wanted to skip all the dialogue. I could not care one bit about what any of the characters were saying or who the enemy was. The main bad guy is not well established as a bad guy, because he doesn't even really show his face except for a cutscene at the end of the first act, and then after that you don't see him till the very end of the game. Which, that's just not the way to do things. Let's go ahead and kill that. Let's go ahead and tap that. And then let's go ahead and attack with this. Or not attack with this one, but attack with this one. And attack with this one. So yeah, I think if you're gonna make an action RPG game, you need to make something like a JRPG, where it's just known from the word go that it is a dumb action story. There are monsters, you're going to fight the monsters. There's not really going to be a major depth of it. Otherwise, just stick with turn-based, because the people willing to take the time and invest that time into playing a turn-based game are also going to be the same audience that is willing to take the time and invest the time to actually listen to and follow a RPG story. And then you run into something like the Looney Tunes gacha game that I installed on my cell phone and then have already uninstalled without even really playing it more than 2 times, because it was so incredibly buggy. It just did not work at all. But those gacha games where you get into a battle sequence, but the battle sequence is 99% automated, and maybe you're hitting a few buttons to select weapons and doing a turn-based RPG, but you're not really telling much of any story there. Destiny Child's got its new expansion that they just constantly are always giving you new content, and with its newest expansion, it gives you, with every new expansion, it gives you several levels that you can do and fight, and the fighting really has almost nothing to do with the story. And then several levels in the main story expansion literally have no story around them at all. So the focus is just to introduce new characters, and that's the point of a gacha game, is to have more and more characters that are purchasable either through microtransactions or through grinding, which Destiny Child is still doing extremely well. The only problem I would have with the game is, as I'm approaching almost a complete collection, and am not anywhere, like 2-3 years plus of gameplay still would be needed to get everything in that collection to the max levels, and they'll probably add more things to make sure that doesn't happen. The only thing I complain is that there's about 11 characters that were collaboration characters that you can't go back and get in any way. So I won't ever have a truly complete collection. But that wasn't really my point. My point is, if you don't want to write story, which it felt like Deathbank didn't want to write story, there's much better options today, and probably even back then, when it came out, I think it was 2003, there's better options that could have been done. And honestly, had they done a second pass, they could have eliminated a lot of things. A lot of it really feels like it came down to a game producer issue in particular, because it seemed fairly obvious that the director, the game producer, the person in charge of deciding what the artists did, what the programmers did, was not picking and choosing the right things. For instance, since it's trying to be a Diablo game, does it really need necklaces with resistance there? Or do you just cut out necklaces altogether, and then that's 4 pieces of art and 4 gameplay mechanics that you can just eliminate from from the word go. There are also rings, 2 rings. Do you need the rings? Not really. There's also helmet, shoulders, chest plate, and boots. Do you really need the shoulders there? Or could you just stick with a game where there's a helmet and then chest piece and then boots? Each of those would have saved some things. There's an entire enemy in Deathspank called the Butter Pig. It is never used in any quest. You never have any real reason to attack or kill them, per se. They are just there, which is really weird because they're in the game, but then the spider / termite textured characters are reused quite a bit, so you could have easily replaced half of the locations where a spider / termite showed up and instead had the butter pigs show up, just for more diversity. There are several caves in the game that obviously at some point we're going to be procedurally generating dungeons like Diablo, and the final product is they are just open caves with a large amount of enemies, which then makes it feel like they couldn't even program the game to have as many enemies as they would like, or the pathfinding on the enemies in the games were just so incredibly bad that they had to put them in a cave, or maybe the textures and the animation engine was so bad that they couldn't have it in the overworld. Without the caves, the game is a very consistent one world environment.
I'm gonna try something new.
You fight the final boss on the overworld. You fight every other creature on the overworld. It's only in the caves that something different happens. So why do the caves exist? Why have a load screen? Oh, there is, I suppose, 2 mines in the game, 2 demon mines that effectively are caves, and then they are very big, but they're not procedurally generated, and feels like there probably should have been more of those. There's a lot of NPC characters that are just wandering around for no reason. You could potentially talk to them, but they don't have anything that's so important that you actually have to listen to them. There's a weird imbalance in the number of male NPCs and female NPCs, which I'll just throw that out there. It's weird when you're having kind of this like almost sexist approach to NPC development, but it certainly is there. It is like a ratio of 5 or 6 male NPCs that do nothing to the 1, maybe 2, maybe 3 NPCs in the entire game that are female. And then you have like the witch character in Sandy also, or unique characters. So maybe you get up to 5 female characters in the entire game, compared to probably about 20 male characters. It's just a weird thing that I feel like a good game director or producer would say, hey, let's try to keep this at a 50-50 ratio. After that part had been animated, there's big wide open spaces in Deathspank where sometimes you'll find a treasure chest, but sometimes you'll just go down a blind path and find absolutely nothing. There was some side quest that I missed that I don't know how I missed it, but I just didn't get the final rune in the game. Not that it really matters because all the achievements are super easy to get. So as much as I'm complaining about the game, I also managed to 100% achievements all the games, the entire game. So anyways, we probably don't have enough time to talk more about Death Bank. It's just kind of a disappointment. And I have several other Ron Gilbert games, but I'm going to kind of try not to go and play them. I think I'm going to try Castle Crashers next, which is an action RPG game that was very heavy on the co-op and very long. So playing a short abridged action RPG and then playing a long RPG will be weird. But I think that's my next thing I'm going to do. Also, I just need to start uploading videos and scheduling videos. And I just feel like I'm in a very weird position in general with how videos are getting scheduled and released, because I'm only releasing like one series now, trying to push it forward, trying to get more of a buffer. I think I'll probably have to drop that pretense as soon as I run into content that goes past October, because I think there's just so many more horror games to play, and yeah, I think we will probably play 3 or 4 horror games just to maintain some progress there. And then there's some things I've kind of given up on, dropped the ball on, and put on the back burner. Like Assassin's Creed 3 would be the next Assassin's Creed game I'd want to play. Not getting to that anytime fast. I looked through my library of games I have. I still have hundreds, if not thousands. Yeah, I think at least over 1,000 games. So I have so many that it really makes it hard to even think about buying a humble bundle or anything like that. It starts to feel more and more like I'm just being wasteful, instead of potentially building up a collection that supposedly should last me the rest of my life with minimum maintenance of new games. And so as I make less and less pre-recorded content, I feel less and less reasonable about buying more games. Moving on to news, we've got so many games left over, and I tried to curate maybe a little bit of it, but not a lot. We need to just kind of burn through all of this, these games, because I don't need games left over from last week making their way all the way through to the next week. I'm mana locked. This deck might be slightly better with one less Bola Citadel and one more mana. Alright, so Gamata has this article. A romance visual novel cloud gaming service called OO Parts launched in Japan with over 100 titles playable on PC and mobile, featuring games like Grisaya Phantom Trigger, Yumi Metsusu Remaster, and many more. Looking at these images, I'm not seeing some of the best visual novels, but I'm not seeing terrible visual novels either. It is weird, though, to only focus on romance as a cloud gaming service. And I guess cloud gaming in particular means that you are capable of just streaming the game through the cloud service, which would be fairly easy. Like, visual novels are not by any means demanding pieces of software, so having a computer emulating even Windows like 95 or DOS based system that some of these games may very well originally have been designed to run on seems like that would be very, very easy to pull off. But the romance part of it certainly is the part that gets me. Instead of saying, why don't we just sell all kinds of visual novels? Most visual novels, I would say, are romance dating novels. And then you have a split between probably how Japanese look at it and say romance visual novels and just straight up adult porn visual novels. But beyond that, there's maybe a few sci-fi mystery ones, but not enough that they would kind of split there. And it's by this company, Black Ink, who I've never heard of, so I kind of wonder if they own the license to a lot of this stuff already. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was exactly how that actually breaks down, is that they own the license to it, so of course they can easily make a cloud gaming service. Right now in Japan, and so I assume none of these games are guaranteed to have English subtitles, although a lot of them probably will. There is a free no login required campaign from April 24th to 26th, so 2 days. 2 days to play a 2 days to play a visual novel is not long enough. And it does say some games may offer English language options. For example, Grisea, Phantom Trigger Volume 1. Game installs and save data management are not required by the end user. By logging in with the same account, you'll be able to continue playing with your saved data no matter which device, because it's an online gaming system platform. It's not a terrible idea, and it does move a lot of potentially good visual novels to the mobile forefront. It's kind of the perfect time in Japan for this to launch too, since people have free time. But then you also have no customization there, so it is also worth mentioning that you have a high chance of having trouble reading the text on a visual novel being played on a cell phone, and possibly even a iPad. So it may very well be a case that you play some games and the text size is just not big enough, particularly if you're reading it in the Japanese language. Then it would definitely not be big enough. So do we want to block this? And we're going to block this. And then we're going to hope this works. I did install an ad. I am just getting crazy about installing game ads that pop up on YouTube, and it was effectively a visual novel built for a cell phone, and boy was it low quality. It was really, really bad, and just completely laden with the idea of selling people on paying more for less and microtransactions and such. So yeah, I was very unhappy with that game and quickly uninstalled it. And that has been very consistent with all the games I've installed on my cell phone. I installed like the 7 Deadly Sins game, and the graphics look pretty good, but they still don't look great even compared to the Netflix version, the Netflix streaming quality of that anime. And the game, as far as I've gotten, seems to be pretty much a direct retelling of the story. I don't think they're going to do anything really different there, other than they've added a layer of costumes and gacha elements on the characters, which then for Seven Deadly Sins has a weird knock-on effect of you collecting a lot of insignificant secondary, if not third tier characters that you probably don't remember at all. Like, I barely remember the Seven Deadly Sins anime, and I only watched like the first season, and then when I tried to watch the second season, I was just not into it. It's not a terrible show, at least the first season wasn't. It's just kind of a standard, almost Dragon Ball Z-esque fighting shonen story with just different fights. At least that's how I would describe it. Right. Okay. We should be good now. Let's just go one more turn, and then I think we've won. Of course, if this one spell card did 2 damage, I'd lose. But I could probably pull off any number of tricks. This one would do 1 damage every time you attack, so important to not attack. There we go. This is an interesting character. He just gets +1s. He gets 4 +1/1 counters. Each time you take damage, it destroys a counter. Yeah. That's an interesting card. Maybe not the best. Alright, 1, 2, 3. Sacrifice those 3 characters. And then 1. And then 2. And then 3. And then sacrifice this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. So there we've got 10 things that will beat us fairly quickly. In fact, a lot of that was probably overkill. Well, at least we get a pack to open. It feels a little wanting when you don't even have a pack to open it for an episode. Uncommon wild card. Not super useful. And then we got a third, a second, a third, a second, a fourth, and a second. We're filling in our collection. Untapped.gg's not working right now. But what is working is that the chat sharing of the getting the chat on my cell phone, the way Chrome shares tabs, all of a sudden started working on my phone again. Although my phone and Chrome need to update, so very possibly by Monday some update breaks it again. Best I can understand is that maybe I had told my phone to always open YouTube links in the YouTube app, which then doesn't work when you have a specific YouTube link to a chat, to the chat page alone, because the YouTube app on the cell phone doesn't know how to handle the chat app. We need to start burning through games a lot faster than I'm moving, so let's go. We have a game here called XCOM Chimera Squad. XCOM games are games that I've already owned a couple of, so putting this on the follow list makes all the sense in the world. It might be particularly hard, though, to decide to play all the XCOM games. There's a lot of them, and for turn-based tile placement strategy games, I'm not sure that's really something I'd want to play. They're nicely animated, though, for what they are, and they play fairly well. Although I'm fairly certain they also have kind of this long-running problem of being too difficult, which could be very frustrating. So I might very well play the first XCOM game and then go, I don't see anything here that interests me, so I'm not going to go any further with it. In a similar way, I was thinking about how I was actually going to play Maniac Mansion or Zach McCracken, two early Scum Ron Gilbert games, and I'm like, I don't know if I really could beat Maniac Mansion without help, so I don't think I should just do a spotlight on it, but that very well might be what I do. But I may just do like a quick playthrough to the first death in Maniac Mansion, and then follow a walkthrough straight up to figure out what the solutions are. That sucked, but that's not really gonna ruin my strategy. Remember, we're playing for wins here. Next, we have a game on Steam here called Resequenced, which seems to me like it's an attempt to actually make a game. There's some parts here that makes it look like it might be a Chinese knockoff game. There's parts here that seem very inconsistent. We're seeing like fantasy, cyberpunk, horror, Chinese. There's just a lot here. Open world adventure game is what it's being labeled as. $7.19, being compared to Tomb Raider and Skyrim. I don't think that's right. And then English full audio, and then a bunch of subtitles. And then there's some dark screenshot syndrome also. They're gonna get rid of my character, so instead I'm gonna send them to the graveyard. Yeah, Resequenced might just be some asset flips or tech demos merged together to look like a full game. And yeah, on this Friday we do have kind of a high number of Chinese looking games, for better or worse. So we're not seeing an end to that. Lego announced, apparently they've announced this new Chinese specific Monkey King based series of Lego sets, which sounds weird, but not a terrible idea. They needed to do something new with Ninjago, and maybe in some backroom agreement they agreed to make a Chinese culturally themed specific story based on like the Monkey King to appease the Chinese government so that they would actually win that copyright infringement lawsuit with Lepin, who was just straight up stealing everything, the box art, the instructions, the everything, and making fake Legos. And Lego actually did win that. Now remember, Lego is a Swedish company, so had it been an American company, they probably wouldn't have won it. A United States company, or even Canadian or Mexican company. But I don't really get why you would go from Ninjago, which is just sci-fi ninja characters, to Monkey Kid, which is what it's called, which seems to be the child of the Monkey King, in kind of a hyper futuristic sci-fi stuff with ninjas. Kind of feels like they're just doing the same thing twice. Well, that didn't work as well as I would have liked. On the other hand, I guess with Lego, they're kind of running out of ideas, and the chance is kind of high that in comparison to the Nintendo sets that theoretically are going to come out, these Monkey Kid sets won't sell well at all. It could be that they just wanted to rush out these sets to get rid of them, since they'd already been designed like a couple years prior, and they probably have like a better offer. They also are bringing back the pirate sets somewhat, but not going very heavy with that, and they're not going with a theme set like that. And I would say that Lego, and this is none of this has anything to do with video games really, other than the fact that Lego sometimes licenses out their products for video games. Lego hasn't been amazingly good with their theme sets so far. Like Bionicle was a pretty good success, but then there's been a lot of failures, and then there's been a lot of mediocre successes at best. The other side sets that they were coming out with are interesting enough, but they're spooky, which I think limits their audience, particularly amongst kids and parents that don't want their kids being playing with spooky toys. So I wouldn't be surprised if, I don't know why I let him win there. I could have played this. I guess it'll just save me some time, but that's about it. But yeah, the Ninjago sets have been the biggest success so far, and I don't think that we'll see another Ninjago. I would almost suggest they do something more adventurous, more Indiana Jones-ish, try and go in a different direction. I swear that was the exact same draw. Yeah, I kind of feel like there's just room for a better, different type of story to tell. Go for something that's more fantasy like. That probably would work too. There's really not a lot of cartoons, I think, right now that are super popular, because the streaming services like Netflix have just spread it amongst a large group. And with kids being out of school, then you don't have those water cooler moments that kids have at school, which honestly, water cooler moments, even though that sounds anachronistic, is way more accurate amongst kids than it is even adults. Like adult co-workers generally tend not to want to talk to each other, so much these days, where kids are going to want to talk to each other, particularly about what they're watching. Um, Although there is also a great argument to be said that it's the YouTube algorithm that's replacing water cooler moments and promoting things. But yeah, with kids out of school, I'm not sure that any major cartoon will be a major new thing for people. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if kids come back to school, public schools, and one kid has watched like Looney Tunes from the 60s and 70s, and another kid has watched Scooby-Doo episodes from the 80s, and it's just all over the place because of streaming and whatever their parent picked for them to watch. And I guess in general they'll still be into Disney things. Like, you can't really get kids away from Disney, and in general they'll still be into Marvel things, which is now also owned by Disney. So it wouldn't be terrible if Lego had kind of doubled down on their Marvel sets. Although most of their Marvel sets are so cheap because they're for little kids that they're not very good quality. And the Disney sets, they could have, they can pretty much always make more Disney sets, and people will be happy with that. Of course, the problem with the Disney Lego sets is that they're too expensive because of licensing. Like, particularly, I'd love to get the Disney World castle, but it's like a $300 or $400 set, and is really big. Where there's definitely room in the market, in my mind, to have a half as many pieces version of it with the same minifigs, which are exclusive to that set. Moving on, we have a game on Steam here that's a bunch of Asian letter characters, 6-Step Mystery. From the looks of it, it's a Chinese visual novel mystery story. It doesn't look terrible. Most of the screenshots are showing off characters. This scale and the animation here is off. But like, look at this. This is kind of like a soft marker drawing style, and when you start to zoom out and have that style, it then starts to make it look pretty bad. And it's from a company I've never heard of, and it's some kind of murder mystery thing. Like I was saying, there are murder mystery visual novel games enough to make it weird that you would have a romance only online streaming service. I can't imagine that too many Japanese people even would be willing to play a cloud-based romance visual novel service and then have a secondary subscription to a cloud-based murder mystery streaming service. But it does certainly make sense that if it is just a handful of companies that are making romance visual novels, those companies may be known for making very good romance visual novels and not known at all for making murder mystery ones. So there might be some creator worship that follows companies in that way, whereas Western companies are kind of more free in their gameplay design to do slightly different types of games. But yeah, this game is $5.24 discounted, and it's Chinese only. It doesn't look terrible though. Like, it's by far not the worst we've seen. If this was the level of quality that we saw in most Chinese games that are developed, I would have a lot less to complain about on Steam. start loading these pages. Next we have a game that's really not a game. It's called Desktop Kanojo, which is just a desktop pet slash girlfriend character. I'm surprised these things are still getting made. Like, these are things that certainly died off in the era of Windows 95 as far as Western consumption of them, and it really just goes to show how behind just programming and technology wise Chinese developers are. So that $2.09 full Chinese, full Japanese. I don't know why you'd want this. There's really, like, even if you are just trying to go full lunatic and fall into delirium and pretend like you actually are dating this virtual 3D character, there's better visual novel stories that would allow you to indulge in that fantasy than just a desktop pet, a desktop character. So can we tap this? Hit that. Next we have a game on Steam that's a bunch of Asian characters and called Lost Colors, and if I was to guess, this might be a Japanese game, but it looks kind of rough. It's not widescreen. It has no tags whatsoever, which is really weird. There's a lot of text on the screen. So I question whether there really is even a game here, or if this is just a maybe long cutscene. The general idea of characters losing their color might be interesting. But I have no idea what this is, really. It doesn't support English. It's $24.99. It's Japanese only. This work includes blood, violence, and udon, as in udon noodles. Yeah, I want to put this game on the fall list, not because I'd ever actually buy it, but just because I want to see if they can update it and put more descriptions here. Because this really does feel like a Japanese company that just doesn't know what they're doing. Like, these screenshots look really, really bad. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is just a straight up text-based adventure that they licensed out a cutscene at the beginning, which they often license out these intro animations. Problem now is I'm not logged into Steam, so a lot of these games are getting left to be dealt with later. And that sucks, but I'll deal with it later, I suppose. The last stream I was testing out a filter to get rid of S's, a de-esser VST 2.0 version 2 plugin. It didn't seem like it was working or doing anything, so I took it off. I'm going to go deeper into that and see if I can do something. There is this new NVIDIA RTX audio program, audio noise filter, that would use the ray tracing cores in my video card, which aren't really getting used because, let's be honest, there's basically only been 2 games that have used it, and I only own one of them. Those 2 games being Control and the latest Lara Croft Tomb Raider game. And I didn't even really like the way Control looked, so I don't know how useful ray tracing really was in that. It did do some cool things, technically speaking, but visually it didn't really help anything. So I could be using that to do some noise reduction, but the noise reduction it seems like it's trying to do seems to be like really high level, almost AI reduction of anything in the background whatsoever, whether you're tapping on a noisy clicky keyboard, or whether you're banging on the table, or you have kids in the background. And it does seem like it works, but the way it works, it's kind of fairly obvious, is that it is doing a lot of effort to increase the frequencies of the human voice range while decreasing the loudness of everything else, which then causes your human voice to sound weird. I'm fortunate enough that I've set up a environment where while a mouse might be a little bit clicky, it's not getting picked up too much by the mic, and the keyboard isn't really clicky at all, so it's not really doing anything to the mic. And then computer fan noise is not really an issue either, so I think my microphone, which is just a Blue Yeti, I think my microphone is just good enough, and everything is set up well enough that using that specifically probably isn't worth it. I already have a noise suppressor enabled, and ideally I would want a noise compressor, not a noise suppressor, or a noise gate. Yeah, a noise gate, not a noise suppressor enabled, but I don't think that worked last time I tried to use it. And then I could theoretically do a normalizer on the audio, which might solve some problems for me, but then it would change the original intent of the game developers. If they want the audio to get really, really loud, then the audio should just be allowed to get really, really loud, so I can comment on how that was a dumb decision. So yeah, I don't think I'd ever want to really change a game's audio, because then I'm not being honestly evaluating it or reviewing it or depicting it fairly. That gets too close to propaganda or yellow journalism for my tastes. Speaking of taste, I don't think I'm going to be able to win enough games if I keep playing ranked. I think we are just stuck at that rank until we can think about building a better deck, which we just don't have time for today. Today is going to be the catch-up day, and we're not doing a great job of catching up. But yeah, I am looking for the de-esser plugin. I'm trying to find something like that, and I'm looking for a big bottom plugin, which might drastically change how my voice sounds, or might not really change it at all. There was another plugin I had heard about that, like, supposedly put more energy into your voice. I would be potentially willing to experiment with this. I'm willing to experiment with almost anything, but also it gets kind of ridiculous if all of a sudden I'm putting so many plugins on my voice that I sound completely different. And honestly, I don't think that's the way to try and get more views as a YouTube content creator, is just to depict yourself as something completely different. There's almost a tragedy of PewDiePie in a lot of the ways he comedically depicted himself in his early days, compared to the way he kind of depicts himself when he's actually being serious and not playing a character. I did not become a video game critic to become an actor and put on a character. I want to be honest with my criticism, and in part of being honest with my criticism. I want to be honest with people in general, which means being honest about how I depict myself for the most part. Now, if I can fix a small issue, I might do it. I'm not opposed to a little bit of touch-up / makeup, figuratively speaking, but I am opposed to putting on a full-on mask. Well, this could be a winning scenario. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article. Panzer Dragoon update brings new episodes, 60 frames per second and more. Is this for a remake that's coming out, or is this for the original game that came out in 1995? The original critically acclaimed rail shooter all the way from 1995 is receiving a remake. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. The 2020 remake is being developed by Megapixel. And blah, blah. PC version is soon to follow. The remake is set to receive its 1.3 version update. And it almost takes the title to new skies. It's weird that there would be a remake for a game being announced and the main game isn't even out yet. Okay. So this has pacifism on it. So actually we'll just do nothing. See, this is a weird article in a weird way for even a Japanese company to trickle out announcements. If we look here on TechRaptor, currently there isn't any set release date for the PC version, but is expected to release within 2020. Make sure to check out the interview below, but take note it's in French. So maybe Panzer Dragoon remake is on the Switch right now, and I've just kind of missed it. Yeah, I guess that might be the case. I suppose that might explain why they're talking about a episode 0 and a update, that they're updating it for the Switch. That being said, games from Japanese companies that are potentially coming to the Switch are games from Japanese company that are potentially coming from the Switch to PCs are almost certainly going to get delayed. Like, it has been a very tough struggle of bending over backwards to get Japanese companies to even care about PCs. And when you hear about the survey where half of Japanese kids haven't even used a PC, you can certainly see that they were right to say there is no audience in their home country that they care about. Well, I think I've won. Just sacrifice that one. So 4, 8, 12 plus this should be more than enough to win. Getting all 4 of our spell cards. And what do we want to get rid of? Get rid of one of those. So we've won. We'll come over here. Gametsu has an article. The PlayStation Store Big in Japan sale set for April 24th to May 8th. Death Stranding is another game that was coming to PC that's been delayed. I wouldn't be surprised if we start hearing a lot of delays as far as games coming to PC. What's interesting about that idea is it's not like there's an entity that would stop them from releasing a game on PC. There's like 12 more attacks and he's just not clicking resolve. He's just decided to concede instead. Yeah, there's really nothing stopping a company from putting their game out on Steam. The ratings boards of different countries might be a big deal. I've heard shipping has become very expensive and inconsistent around the world, so if you wanted to sell physical PC versions, that might be an issue, but I don't know of any company that would really want to do that. I suppose if you want to get a game approved in China, good luck. That's highly unlikely to happen and has been for quite a long time. So I think it really is just more of a case of the Japanese companies being in lockdown and not wanting their employees to really work on something that they don't have the fullest of faith in. They are also delaying like the anime series on TV, and if anything, they would be pushing their employees to finish those from home, because that's pretty big industry for them. Where PC gaming is pretty small industry for them. Let's see what this PlayStation sale actually is, because this probably is also the first time that since Sony Interactive Entertainment has been run by the California group, the new people in charge. So their decisions as far as what would go on sale might be seriously different. You have hack.gu last recode, getting a decent discount. Seems like all these games are going to be decently discounted. AI to Somnium Files, pretty Japanese game there. Excel, all these are pretty Japanese, but then Akiba's Trip Undead and Undressed is $8.99, and that's the game that I don't think has a real nudity in it, but it's certainly got stripping in it. You're stealing the clothes off of psychic vampires in the game. So I would have thought that the SJWs running the California Sony office would potentially have a problem with that. But it might be that all of these sale games were just demanded by Sony of Japan. It wouldn't be incredibly weird if it turned out that well, I can't really have my cake and eat it too, can I? I can't say... it would be funny if it turned out that the California offices were allowed to pretend like they were in charge of Sony PlayStation, but in actuality, all the real decisions were being made by just the main parent company of Sony in Japan. But that argument doesn't hold water because there's just been too many censorship things that have already happened for that to be the case. See, they also have Atelier Trilogy, the older Atelier games. Birthday's the beginning, I haven't heard. Black Desert and Black Cover. Blaze Blue Central Fiction is an older game. Catherine Full Body getting discounted, but not really discounted. Probably low enough to what it should be. The Castlevania games, which Conception Plus, that's basically an adult content game. Price discounts are, some of these are really good. Getting Contra Road Course for $9.99 is way better than $39.99, but it's still not worth getting because that was a terrible garbage game. Danganronpa, $20. A lot of these feel like prices you would have gotten better on Steam at other points. Devil May Cry games, all the old ones. Like DMC Definitive Edition for $9.99. It's a game worth owning and playing for $10, even though if its story doesn't really lock into any of the others. A whole bunch of Dragon Quest and Dragon Ball games. Earth Defense Force games, not all of which are worth playing. Some of which are still approaching $60 even when on sale. It really doesn't read like a list of games that were hugely good sellers in Japan as much as this is just a list of every major game that's been on sale in Japan. Here you have Galgun 2 for $11.24. Now if you bought that with the PlayStation Store, how much DLC can you buy for that game after that point? Because even if you get the base game for $11, you might end up spending $100 in DLC if you try to get it all. Harvest Moon games of, I imagine, different qualities. I'm pretty sure some of those are pretty bad. Mega Man games, a lot of those. Mega Dimensional Neptunia 7. Naruto games. Ni no Kuni Wrath of the White Witch is remastered version. Here's a new here's a different Atelier game. Okami HD for $9.99. I'm seeing that the prices really don't get below $9. Onyuchamba, One Punch Man, One Piece games, Persona games, Resident Evil games, Resident Evil 0, Resident Evil 2 Deluxe Edition, Resident Evil 4, 5, and 6, Resident Evil 1. I don't think any of those being listed are the remakes, per se, of the ones that do have remakes, and Resident Evil 7 is missing. Also, I guess it's worth mentioning that they're getting labeled as Resident Evil games instead of Biohazard games. Senran Kagura game.
Flows through you.
Senran Kagura Burst Renewal, only one of those. Bunch of Sword Art Onlines, a bunch of Tales of Berseria and Tales of Vesperia, the Caligula Effect Overdose, King of Fighter games, The Quiet Man, which is a total garbage game and not a Japanese game by any means, being sold for $4.94 instead of $15. It's still not worth owning at that point. So they're trying to sneak in a game here that totally does not match. Let's see. Some Valkyrie Chronicle games, some Yakuza games, and the Zero Escape games. So, yeah. Basically, the big in Japan sale for the PlayStation, and I guess this is probably PlayStation Network sales in particular, is just a list of every Japanese game of any real mention in the past 4 or 5 years. Which I guess if you have a PlayStation and you wanted to get into Japanese games, might be a good idea. But the prices really don't even beat getting a PC and starting to get a Steam account if you have any kind of PC. And with the homeschooling and home working from home element becoming a thing now, it starts to feel like there's a decent argument that owning a PC is going to move back into fashion. Now, it still would be a large jump from convincing somebody they need to own a PC and not and then move to the next step, which would be convincing them they need to own a Windows PC that's not a tablet that they can actually play video games also. Like that's still something that would have to become in fashion for several years from now, not right now. Right now, if people need a PC, they're going to get an old used PC, they're going to get a Surface tablet if it's an old version, or just a tablet or a laptop in general, or they're going to get an MacBook, or if they can get away with just using a MacBook, or Apple product in general.
What is one life to save many?
Yeah. So it really would be, they would have to establish the idea that people should have PCs, and that on top of the idea that people should have PCs, they'd have to have that culture grow enough to get people to decide to start playing games on their PCs. And I don't know if that's really going to happen, because it seems more likely what's going to happen is that the new Xbox and the new PlayStation are just going to be sold a little bit cheaper. They may even pull down the specs to cheapen out on something, although they probably wouldn't. They've probably locked in the hardware specs, but I wouldn't be surprised if they try to pull all kinds of shenanigans to subsidize a loss leader on the next Xbox or PlayStation. I've heard statements to the effect of Sony does not plan for the PlayStation 5 to sell that much. Sony is also planning on selling worldwide at the same time, which may make shortages. I've heard, I think that Microsoft is potentially thinking of selling their console at like $450, which is still probably $150 minimum cheaper than you would have to spend to get a decent PC. Like, I don't think you're going to be able to make a $450 PC without at least already owning a graphics card. Like, if you have a case, if you have a power supply, and you're willing to transfer the power supply from one computer to another, which is a little risky, then maybe you could get a $450 PC. Yep. And building a PC right about now is not a great idea, because I've been kind of toying with the idea. Like, I do need to build a new PC, but everything's more expensive right now, so it really doesn't make sense to build something. It makes a lot more sense to just kind of wait and see what happens. Everybody should just really be in a holding pattern to see how the world solves all its current problems, or doesn't solve all of its current problems, whichever happens first. Moving on, we have a game on Steam called Reveal Rousers, which is a game where you play as a UFO and you're running around abducting people and crashing into buildings. It's a low effort game. It looks ugly, and apparently you've got like a devil here. It's free, so I guess the price is right. So is this like a student project? No. It's English only. So yeah, this is just like a weirdo, kind of ridiculous game that might have been fun as a free game on a cell phone, but kind of nothing. Did I like that? Skip. Like, I don't know how to respond to should I like the fact that games disconnect? Feels like the did you like the game, yes or no, feedback mechanic probably is trying to ask some other questions, and they've just boiled it down to something really simplistic. It's just overly simplistic. Because yes, I do like instant disconnects that give me free victories. Like, I can't say I don't like that, but honestly, if I really wanted to play Magic, which is not the position I'm ever really coming from, I would be irritated to spend a couple of minutes to get into a game and then have the person disconnect. If I really, really want to play the cards. If we were to do this in paper Magic and you sat down at a table and you started to shuffle your deck and you're about to play somebody and they just said, well, I've got to go, and took their cards and left, you win. It's like, that's an incredibly unsatisfactory experience. Next we have a game on Steam called Lost Circus VR The Prologue, which looks to be like a creepy circus game in VR. And I don't hate that idea. Early access $4.99, English only. Apparently I can put this on the fall list. Or, nope, there's a problem. So, I'll put that on the fall list as a VR game. Still probably are just standing in one place, swinging a hammer, smashing creepy spiders, and maybe shooting at some things from the looks of it. But definitely a better experience than a lot of just asset flip sci-fi games or fantasy games where you're just no polish, no visual polish has been put in the game at all. Bonfire Games, who I don't remember what they've done, is looking for a senior 3D character artist. I kind of want to know what Bonfire Games has made, if they've made anything, because there's kind of this feeling that they might be the group from Firewatch. Yeah, doesn't seem like there's anything listing here as a game they've actually made. We have an article here of some origin stories of the characters, lore check, LucasArts Outlaws articles. As Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego is another article written by these game developers, which seems just really ridiculous. There's another quick disconnect, and I'll take those victories. I noticed I had Depression Quest on my in my library. I think it's a free game, but I also think that there's just a whole bunch of Gamergate stuff around that game, so I don't think I'd bother to cover it. So I need to make sure to just kind of mark that game as something that it's not worth playing. It's not worth playing before all the controversy around it. Definitely not worth playing just to have a rant about yet again telling the lore as I understand it of what happened at Gamergate and how that went nowhere. But on a slightly related note, there is like an idea that probably needs to be discussed and thought about, how mainstream video game journalists seem to more prominently than would be realistic for an average gamer hop into Skype calls or play with other mainstream video game journalists or their friends when playing games and reviewing games. And this creates a odd situation where I think video game journalists hear a lot more chat, and that would certainly explain why they constantly push this narrative that the game chat is getting more and more toxic, and it's always been pretty bad. It's always been a bunch of 9-year-olds just shooting off their mouths and being ridiculous. But they certainly, I think, are hearing it more because they are getting into group chats and talking to each other, which also means their focus is not a realistic focus that an average gamer would have. So it's kind of no surprise that you get these groupthink consistent ideas where certain people are just loving the games that they're playing, and then I go and play it like a normal person in single player without chatting with anybody at the time. Particularly if you're on a Skype call. If the game itself has no group chat and you're just on a Skype call being distracted while playing the game, yeah, that's going to drastically take away from your focus and change your experience. I'm getting all these victories. I'm half tempted to go back and see if we can get back to playing ranked, but it's not really worth it because it's way better to just try and finish 15 victories. And it would be kind of funny if I hadn't finished this daily quest and had finished this one. So yeah. And I've known that, but I don't know if most people who listen, who play games, realize that or keep that in the foremost of their mind. They probably would realize it if you brought it up to them. But yeah, the idea of playing with people talking to you changes the experience completely. That's why Halo is a great game if you're playing it with your friends, and it's an okay game if you're playing it single player. That's why Overwatch is a great game if you're playing with your friends, and a pretty awful game, I would imagine, if you're playing it single player and then getting connected to a bunch of random people who are either going to be way better than you or way worse than you, more than likely. And that certainly has been a part of the idea that I've never really wanted to collaborate with anybody, and I've never really wanted to just have people jump in my games and play with me. Like, I could almost see doing that if I just had an abundance of free time and I'd already covered all the games I wanted to play critically. If I just wanted to jump back into Borderlands 1 and have people team up and do a second playthrough, there's something to that idea. But then at that point I stop becoming the video game critic, and I start becoming just a fanboy or just a person who's just playing with friends and Twitch streaming it, which is not really the goal I wanted to go with this. Like, even when I was doing things pretty differently at the beginning of my channel, and I kind of was just streaming, I was also talking. There was a heavy emphasis on the fact that I had spent a couple of years not really talking to anybody about video games, or not really talking to anybody about anything so much, and I wanted to try to bring some of that back with my YouTube channel, and I have managed to accomplish that in leaps and bounds, for better or worse. So yeah, I don't see myself wanting to do silent playthroughs where people are talking to me, people are potentially playing audio in the background, and then I have to deal with that content ID, copyright stuff, things like that. Moving on, we have a game on Steam called Where's Home, which looks to me like it's a dark screenshot syndrome horror asset flip game, for lack of a better term. Yep. No UI, no clearly visible enemy. It seems like it's probably not that good. It's being labeled as an adventure strategy puzzle RPG game, which I think all of that is untrue. It's $9.99. It's English only. And yeah, there's literally nothing impressive here to make that work. 4 damage. A title like Where's Home is not particularly grabbing enough. It's not interesting enough as a title. I feel like you could modify that pretty easily. Where's my mother's home? Where's my father's home? Where's my brother's home? Then you put some more characterization to it and make it more unique by making it a little bit longer. But where's my home? Even if you phrased it that way, that would be more interesting than just a 2-title game, which, yeah, I'm really getting down on these short title games of generic phrases. Let's see. Can we do what we need to do? Next, we have a game on Steam called OS Omega, which looks to me like it's a top-down twin-stick shooter game with maybe some procedurally generated platforms, but it doesn't look particularly interesting. It's kind of weird that the video is sped up. Like, I'm not speeding this up, so that they're showing it, which kind of implies that the action is very slow and boring, that they decide to speed it up. There's, as far as I know, no major limitation on the length of video you can upload to Steam to promote your product, so you could have a 5-minute video if you wanted it. This game is $14.99 and English and Japanese. I don't see anything interesting enough there. And I don't think we're ever going to have like a line in the sand situation, unfortunately, as far as major AAA games and such. It's just like everything will just get pushed back, everything will just get delayed. I don't think will be ever a major announcement. Like, I don't think Microsoft or Sony is going to come out and say, yeah, we've just stopped soliciting and approving games for our consoles. So online announcements will still happen until 6 months to a year of games not actually coming out at all because of them being unable to ship, which they kind of have a financial incentive not to do that. Most video game companies, I think, could push back a game a couple of months, but if they go 1 quarter, 2 quarters, they're going to affect their bottom line to the point where they may just go bankrupt, and I guess that would be the line in the sand, is when we start seeing major companies going bankrupt. Then that'll be the end of AAA games, for lack of a better descriptor. And we've heard a little bit about this, a low-hanging fruit example. WWE 2K21 has been officially canceled instead of just being delayed like it was before. But I don't think that's going to upset too many people. Even wrestling game fans know those games have been terrible for a long time. the problem I'm running into is I barely ever attack with my creatures. So this daily quest with this deck does not synergize at all. Moving on, Komatsu has an article, Biped for the Switch launches May 21st. So it's a little robot with 2 legs game. It's a final announced version of a cooperative puzzle platformer. Which, okay. Komatsu has an article, fitness boxing shipments and digital sales are top 700,000. Another 400,000 units moved over the last year. This is a fairly old game, but it is approaching 1 million units for an exercise rhythm game. That's not terrible. I also wouldn't be surprised, since this is happening right now, I wouldn't be surprised if the sales went up quite a bit for fitness boxing, just because people can't get fitness adventure with the Pilates ring. Fitness boxing, I believe, only requires you to hold the Joy-Cons. Next, we have a game on Steam called Locked Up, which video doesn't want to play. I suspect this is an asset flip horror game that just has a very nice visual polish to it. It looks a lot like PT and what it's showing. It's an interesting idea. Can you have a horror game that's like PT, that is just a house that's a full house, compared to just a hallway and the repetitiveness of the hallway? Maybe that would work. So this is $11.04, English full audio only. I'm willing to put this on the fall list and see if people review it. We're back to having trouble. So let's go ahead and close untap.gg and close this, and then open this, and we'll make sure that we're still streaming and we haven't crashed. And then we'll open this. MTG Arena still seems to have some major problems when it runs into connections. And the load screen seems to be getting bigger and bigger. Like, it does seem like it runs into some problems there. Let's see. Hopefully this will connect this time. Otherwise, we may have just run into network trouble on Magic side. Next, we have a game on Steam called Anime RPG Puzzles. So we're still seeing some of these tagged with sexual content. Just low effort, ugly looking anime pictures that are very possibly stolen. $2.24 discounted, English full audio. So yeah, we're still getting some of these. I suppose if Magic decides it doesn't want to connect, if their servers are going to be down, then we could potentially just really get through all the news very quickly. Here we have a game on Steam called Mini Healer. Play as the healer in an MMO-inspired boss fights, acquire powerful items, and customize your party with an ARPG, action RPG inspired itemization and talent tree. There's this kind of meme going around about the healer or a healer in the MMO parties, and how they're the ones who decides who lives and dies, and they're like the real hero of the story. There was some webtoon comics basically telling that story also many years ago, so it's an interesting idea, and I think people who just play healers in groups feel underappreciated quite often. So what's interesting to figure out here. Is this actually just a single player game? Yes, it is. $6.79 English only. I don't know if there really is a game here I would want to play where you're just having to heal and then the rest of the game is just the other characters automatically attacking. And even if I was going to play this, I don't know why I'd want to play this on the PC. There's a lot of text and stuff, but with better game design, you could almost certainly take this concept and make it a cell phone game, an idle game. It effectively is just nearly an idle clicker game. And so, yeah, I don't think that there's enough here to make me want to play that. I don't really have a love of playing as the healer. Haven't done it much and wouldn't want to. And yeah, it seems like the network is just down, so let's use this timer to give it about 5 minutes, and then we'll disconnect from, we'll close it and reload it and see again. We've got a game here on Steam, Defend the Village from Goblins. That name is too generic and the graphics look terrible. It's $11.99 English full audio. Allegedly, yeah, right. VGC, which I'm seeing more articles from them because I subscribed to a new Twitter person to give me more tips on games. They're saying that Guerrilla Games, I believe is the full company's name, is planning on the Horizon Zero Dawn trilogy. I don't think that the main character died at the end of the first game, so I think that's doable, or fairly doable. A trilogy sounds fine for Horizon Zero Dawn. It's kind of like Tomb Raider with robotic dinosaurs in a post-apocalyptic world with kind of a unique story around it. So yeah, if they're gonna just kind of keep it down to 3, that's great. If they try to push for a 4th, then I think they'd hit something like Mass Effect Andromeda, and that's going to be a problem. I think games at best come in trilogies. At worst, they come in duologies, if that's a word, and there really should just be a main game and a sequel, and then there should be a long break, and then a consideration for a remaster or a reboot by the time you made the 3rd game. The article also says Horizon Zero Dawn 2 will be released for PlayStation 5 as an attempted system seller. I also kind of assume that there will be a God of War game that comes out for the PlayStation 5, which would kind of leave it at one God of War game for the PlayStation 4 in total. But they kind of need that, and Sony PlayStation needs more system sellers, more big games to promote that aren't just also on PC and also on the Xbox. Moving on, Gematsu has an article here. Sword Art Online Alicization Lycross delayed to July 9th in Japan and July 10th in the West. So another game delayed. I think on delay articles we'll probably just read them, and I won't even bother to show them too much because we're going to be seeing quite a lot of delays, certainly. Here we have a game called Spellpunk VR, which this looks very badly animated. It seems like it's a VR game where you're waving your hands around and casting spells, all as something like Dragon Ball. Just doing Kamehameha waves. The thing that's weird about that idea is you really don't have finger or hand placement in VR, so you're kind of waving your wrist around, not your finger or hand, to cast sigils and spells, by the looks of it. There's that sci-fi show, The Magicians, and then particularly its first couple seasons, they tried to really have these hand gestures make it look like there was actually some kind of science behind the magic system, and they had to put their fingers in specific order and such. Pretty much by the end, they were still doing the hand gestures, but they were accomplishing way more powerful spells than before. It started in the first season with you being able to maybe light a cigarette with a gesture, and then it ends with them like saving the world with hand gestures, which seems like some major power creep. This game visually doesn't look that good though, unfortunately. And if there was finger tracking and it was doing something crazy like that, there might be something interesting there. But no. And then you run into the problem of it being a VR game with online PvP being a major focus, which almost guarantees no player base. It's $16.99, which is really expensive. What I would say too is, if you were going to make a game where you moved your hand around to make symbols to cast spells, a slow-paced VR game that was like a point-and-click adventure, something like Loom, would probably be way better. So people could learn this concept and this idea, and then they would just have to cast symbols slowly to solve puzzles to move the story further. I think that would be way better than just an online PvP thing. Alright, let's try this again on Magic Sign and see if that fixes it. Libretto just kind of recently updated their channel so much that they've been growing in subscribers. So they've gotten just up to 15,000 subscribers, which is not a lot for the core software, one of the core softwares for emulating people, but there is something to say about their pretty good amount of subscribers, which I probably should be subscribed to them on my account. When what they're putting out as far as video content is just demos of like how to use the software and such. And I have some TubeBuddy plugins, by the way, that show off some things. So if we were to say compare views in the last 30 days from me to them, they have way more than me as far as views, and subscribers compared me to them, they have way more than me. So then videos, I have way more videos than they do. So yeah, it's certainly a matter of randomness on YouTube, just how all that works. Alright, well, this is going to require me to log in, so what I think I'll do is we'll go to the idle screen for a second and then be right back. Well, no, it didn't actually make me log in, but it does seem like it has become a situation where the network is having trouble. So we'll try again, but it does seem like Magic is having trouble. As far as YouTube and my connection, it looks fine. Will this article launch? So, Nintendo put out an important notice. The Nintendo ID things, logins, using that Nintendo Network ID to sign into the Nintendo account apparently had some kind of vulnerability, and a bunch of people got their accounts logged into or stolen, and temporarily or permanently you can no longer sign into your Nintendo account using a Nintendo Network ID. So this is, broadly looking at it, just another great example of Nintendo not being able to do security or good networking and just modern things. It is yet another argument that if Nintendo was really smart, what they'd do is they would just partner up with Microsoft, have Microsoft run all the background network services, and then do some kind of cross-promotional thing in that agreement where Microsoft exclusives, which are only really exclusive to the Xbox and PC, then get ported to the Switch, which a lot of those I think already would want to be ported to the Switch if they could, or have been ported to the Switch. Halo on the Switch, things like that. And then Nintendo would offer the same in turn, where Nintendo games showed up on the Xbox Series X games. And I imagine what would happen there is the games from Nintendo would not get a lot of polish, so they'd look pretty bad on the Xbox, but people wouldn't have to buy the hardware. And the COVID-19 crisis right now might actually push them to do something like that. If it all of a sudden manufacturers of consoles go, actually we're not making any money and we can't really make the hardware, let's just all work together so we have one universal console and we just sell the games and the software, which is way easier to sell without people going to a store. I guess we now will just give this 10 minutes at this point. Gamasutra has this article that caught my eye. How deeply personal RPG the Wagadu Chronicles explores the realm of Afro fantasy. I have definitely wanted to play more African culture games. There's always this danger of the games coming off as racist if you play an African game. Resident Evil 5, great example. They set it in Africa and then they get accused of racism. And then a lot of African countries in particular just don't have the funding to be making video games. So there hasn't been a lot. There was one that looked very nice, but then the text there was just really, really long, so I couldn't get into the actual gameplay. It was boring, which really sucks because I wanted to play that story. This looks really interesting. This art does. So then the question, I guess, comes to where can we play this game and why have I not heard of this game? And I guess it is also worth mentioning that this is a Afro fantasy game, which I think is kind of the only kind of game you could make and play, because nobody wants to play a video game about some of the horrible experiences that actually have happened in African countries. Like there's a lot of terrible things that have happened. So that's pretty much it. The online game focused on collective role playing. So it is apparently an online MMO that you either isn't out yet or maybe is about to be out, and you would have to play it like that. So yeah, it doesn't quite hit the mark as far as a single player experience that I would want to play, unfortunately. Let's see. I guess we're gonna just have to burn through all of this news. We're 2 hours in. Let me just double check to make sure we're still streaming. Right. Yeah. The latest Steam Labs experiment improves tag-based searches. Smarter tag-based searches by adding a dollop of logic into the mix. Let's see. Take the 3 tags, RTS, real-time, and strategy, for instance. If a game is tagged RTS but not real-time and strategy, a search for real-time plus strategy won't find that game using Steam's existing search tech. Query expansion fixes that. Query expansion should also make the tag system more accessible to developers by automatically filling any gaps they might accidentally leave, while also negating the need for an overabundance of tagging. Games tagged with RTS might not always have the tags real-time plus strategy, and vice versa. Likewise, a game tagged action-adventure plus JRPG might lack the action-adventure and RPG tags. It would be interesting, certainly, if they could get their tags to actually mean something. But also I would argue that Steam's tag system is just full of so much garbage information. You're going to have to potentially do a full flushing of it and have a new system, a verified tag system, something that users can't just flood. There's far too many games that are horror games that are labeled as child-friendly or comedies just because trolls have labeled them that way. And there's far too many low-effort bad games that are labeled as being like great AAA games and manipulating the search results because of that, or at least the recommendation results. Moving on, Gamma Sutra has an article. Finnish studio reworks nets 4.3 million to grow home design game Redecor. Yeah, it's Redecor. That's a weird way to phrase it. I think there should be a dash there, a hyphen. A home designing game is an interesting idea, but I'm not sure how many people would really want to play it. I don't know how many people really want to decorate their own houses. People in theory in fantasy want to decorate their houses, but they don't have the actual items they want to use to decorate with. If you don't have those items, then you're effectively just cleaning house, and most people don't want to do that more than they have to. Next, we have a game on Steam called Mushroom Cats 2, which they're calling a cute point-and-click adventure game. Alright, it looks like it might be a cute point-and-click adventure game, probably for young kids. It's 89 cents discounted. It's English and Russian, which is a little questionable. We can see if Mushroom Cats 1 exists, and we could see if any of these other games have review scores on them. Mushroom Cats 1, it was overwhelmingly positive. So, and it's a free-to-play game. Interesting. So it's gone from a free-to-play game to a pay-to-play game. So I'll put this on the fall list. I can't right now, it won't work. But yeah, if this is overwhelmingly positive, maybe I'd think about it. Although odds are kind of low because playing yet another kids point and click game seems kind of ridiculous when I have so many of the humongous games that I've not covered or played, and I need to just go through a series of spotlighting all the putt-putt games and saying, here's this game, and am I going to really try and play it all the way through or not? I think a lot of those games I probably should just play with a walkthrough right in front of me, just because the quality and the age difference there's no entertainment to be gained by banging your head against some kind of pixel hunt, which would probably happen a lot in the early kids point and click games. Moving on, Gamasutra has an article, German game market grew by 6% thanks to in-game spinning, which is not what anybody wants to hear, is that people are buying more in-app purchases. Although with all of this social isolation, I imagine people are buying a lot more in-app purchases. Next, we have a game on Steam called Beautiful Feet Cabin, which I'm not going to kink shame if people like feet. I will say, though, this is kind of a weird asset flip game. It seems like you massage the feet, you touch the feet, you put them in a water bath, even though they're often wearing stockings, pantyhose, socks. Honestly, though, I don't think you go with a single fetish like this for a whole game. This is just low effort. I think what you want to do is, if you're just big in the feet, you put a character in a bigger adult game that's just big in the feet, and you throw in several scenes like that. Or you tell a full visual novel story around that concept, and then you write some kind of stupid premise as to why they're big in the feet. I don't feel like the Japanese are particularly big into the foot fetish stuff anyways. So yeah, this probably is a Chinese game if I was to guess. $4.99. Yeah, English and Chinese. And there's so many Chinese people all around the giant country of China. I don't know if any of them fall under any kind of real fetish. If anything, I would say Chinese males are probably just into the fetish of females in general, since the male to female population is so off. But I think it's just kind of a much more diverse group. And if anything, I would also assume that the restrictive censorship of the Chinese government probably has affected the knowledge base as far as fetishes that exist even amongst Chinese people. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't even know half the fetishes out there. Here we have another game that's just a bunch of Asian letters. It looks like it's a Chinese card-based RPG. English was not supported, $18.99. It's Japanese, I was wrong about that. An interesting art thumbnail here, half cat, half anime girl. But then the art here, as far as these witches, looks completely different and ugly. And then this interface just looks terrible with this black background. Just a ton of text. Yeah, very lacking in polish. A lot of these game developers need to get away from the idea that they can just make the main menu or the thumbnail look really pretty and that's somehow going to sell the game. Unfortunately, I think it actually does sell the game. And that's the problem. Gamatsu has an article, Hatsune Miku Project Diva Megamix update is going to add touch play feature on April 30th in Japan, which I guess it's a Switch game, so being able to touch the notes instead of using the Joy-Cons might be very helpful. I doubt too many parents of young kids are letting their kids play Hatsune Miku games, in the West at least, even though they're probably desperately searching for new content for the kids to play. I don't think a rhythm music games is going to be on the top of their minds. Alright, we've been doing this for 15 minutes now, so we'll give it another chance and see what happens here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So yeah, maybe 10 or 12 seconds there of loading just to get into the game. I've noticed that in cell phone games too, is that if the cell phone game is particularly big, it takes forever for them to actually load and let you in the game. Like you're looking at a main loading screen for like 2 minutes, and that'll be the next thing that Android games and probably iOS games are going to have to address, is that there's going to have to be faster load times and more decompression of art assets and connections of networks connections, because it's rather unacceptable, particularly since a lot of games are loading you directly into a menu anyways. So you're spending 2 minutes loading into a menu, and then you have to spend another 30 seconds going from that main menu to an actual game. I would also say a lot of Android games don't resume well. They're not taking full memory snapshots of what's happening and resuming back to what was happening. They're often giving network errors or just closing the app completely to save RAM on the phones. Next we have a game on Steam called AWE, which apparently is being labeled as an exploration game. It doesn't look just like an asset flip game. It looks more like it's an attempt at a Vanishing of Ethan Carter walking simulator games. There's actual puzzles. Seems like you're moving into some kind of cult and investigating things. Doesn't seem like there's too much as far as enemies or things happening. $3.24 is rather cheap, and then it's English and Russian, which is questionable too. And I'm not sure I really want to play a game where you move into like a cult facility and there's all these crucified people. Seems like you can fall into a pit of spikes and die. But I guess I'll be generous and put it on the follow list just to see. Gamma Sutra has an article. Opera event raises $5 million to help esports influencers join forces with advertisers, and that's the last thing I think anybody really wants to see, is that there's potentially going to be more esports influencers advertising. Although maybe what they'll do is they'll advertise things that aren't video game related. And this looks like this might be a really good card. Whenever you cast an instance or sorcery spell, copy it for copy it for each other instance and sorcery spell you've cast before this turn. You may choose new targets for this. So in theory, this would just copy your spells over and over again. That sounds great. That sounds really, really good. But that's the second copy of that. I need to think about if I could actually build a deck around that. Then the daily deals have changed. Still mostly skins. It'd be interesting to see if there is actually people out there that are spending, that they have a complete collection of cards and they're still going to the store spending gold just to get all the skins of all the cards. It really is just a non-stop wheel of spending if you're not careful. Yep. Yeah, I wouldn't mind an esports player having an advertisement deal with, say, a gaming chair, water bottle company, things like that. As long as they're not promoting promoting the games they're actually playing, that might be fine. Like, you still kind of take from that they would obviously say whatever gaming chair they're paid to promote is the best, and so you can't really take their ad and sponsorship as meaning anything. That's you kind of just have to have it assume it like the NASCAR people, where their outfits are just covered in logos, but the NASCAR people themselves don't really ever come out and speak or advertise things, at least from what I've seen. Maybe they do that, and I just don't watch NASCAR, so I wouldn't know. And it might be better if esports influencers got advertising instead of just random YouTubers getting advertisers, so people stop seeing the same old advertisements for Raid Legends and things like that. Which, yeah, there's way too many ads. Way too many baked in ads. A lot of these content creators don't realize too that they're effectively ruining their shows, like with the baked in ads, because while YouTube would let you go back and edit out those videos, the ads in those videos, for the most part, you can't really do it if it's a really, really long video or live stream. Nobody's going to spend the effort to do that. So if somebody gives you, let's say $1,000, let's say it's a decent amount of money to have one baked in ad in your video. If that video becomes viral and gets seen 1 million times 10 years down the line, then you're not going to get any extra money for that happening. This guy's gonna fight me, and I don't think I can do anything about it, but I might as well just sacrifice it anyways. So yeah. Also, last I heard, YouTube didn't allow baked-in ads, but they don't seem to enforce that. Now, YouTube is saying that they will enforce anybody who disagrees with the World Health Organization, which seems predictably stupid. But then again, that also was like the CEO of YouTube, who doesn't seem to really run YouTube much. So enforcement, if done at all, will be inconsistent at best. Let's see. Next, we have a game on Steam. It's a bunch of Asian characters. It's called Sin Chicken Home. I kind of like this pencil sketch animation. In movement, I'm not sure how you should draw that. I think it's probably a mistake to see the little pencil lines outside of the outline of the character, because then it just kind of looks like floating lines. Had they clipped everything into the little spheres, then that probably would have looked better. But I like this black and white art style, but then the actual game itself looks like it's nothing but a rather low effort platforming game. So it's almost certainly a cheap Chinese game. Let's see. English is not supported at $1.99 Chinese. Yeah. Not terrible visually. This art style would require a lot more things. The screenshot's kind of a perfect example of this. You need a sky in the background, forest, mountains, something in the distance. You need little bits of patches of grass or actual grass everywhere. Things just everywhere to show off this art style and not make it feel empty and low effort. This thumbnail, for example, is a much better depiction. Like when you see this works with that art style. Moving on, Gamasutra has a article. Riot Games has set up a shop in Singapore with a new studio edition. We may have already talked about this, but yeah. League of Legends Chinese company Riot Games is now in Singapore. Next we have a game on Steam called Let's Learn Korean Vocabulary. Now I've heard Korean is a language designed to be very easy to learn. I don't know how much of the vocabulary really breaks down that way. You probably would have to learn how to read Korean first before you could do the vocabulary. And the problem with this, though, is you just never know how good this is. This company is labeled as Dr. Cyril Spullerworth. But yeah, you would need somebody who speaks Korean to play this game and verify that it actually is doing it well. You still probably should learn how to speak Korean well before you would learn how to read Korean or learn all the vocabulary words. You need kind of a whole approach there, one-on-one tutoring at the very least, if not one-on-one intensive training to learn any language. And generally speaking, I don't feel like video games add much towards the idea of learning languages. They can be helpful, interesting flashcards, and that's about it. They are addendum educational products, not the first go-to choice for learning anything. Next, I wanted to mention this Screen 7 published game, The Adventures of Fat Man, is getting a sequel. The original came out October 1st, 2015, and it's on my wish list and it's rated mostly positive. It's a point-and-click adventure game spoof on Batman. Doesn't look amazingly great, so hopefully the art style is a lot better in the next game, but yeah, I saw that tweeted out from Screen 7, so I figure I'd mention it. We have a game called Ultimate Chess, which looks like a low-effort single-screen Unity game. Doesn't look terrible for a chess game. It's kind of hard to screw up a chess game, but it doesn't look like it's doing anything particularly special. I don't think a flat 2D board of chess is enough to sell chess to people. And I'm still thinking that the chess.com mobile app is probably a way better thing to play chess on. And I haven't even touched that mobile app in like 10 years. But playing it on a cell phone, getting daily challenges, getting quests, playing your friends, those ideas are better. This is labeled as a fully functional local multiplayer chess game, meaning that it doesn't have any AI in it at all, and it's English only. You'd be a lot better playing chess on Tabletop Simulator. Okay. Can we pull this off? Maybe, maybe not. Still have a ton of games, I'm sure. Next we have a game on Steam called Nira, which looks like a very low polygon, low pixel count, top down adventure game, RPG game, for lack of a better term. It looks like there's some fishing elements too, but it doesn't feel like it's kind of like a Harvest Moon game or anything like that. $7.64, English full audio and a bunch of other languages full audio, which makes that unbelievable. Early access for this game is ridiculous. Yeah, that price tag is way too high. So that is going to be immediately dismissed. Well, if this page will load. The Adventures of Tintin game has been announced for consoles and PCs. Microids is developing a new action-adventure game. Now, what's interesting about this, I believe this will be the first Adventures of Tintin game either ever or at least in the last 2 or 3 decades. There may have been a Game Boy game or an NES game around this. Now, people in the United States and kind of North America, I don't think really have any knowledge or understanding of Adventures of Tintins. I don't know the story. It's kind of like this beloved, I guess, comic strip. And so it'll be interesting to see if it sells. It'll be interesting what kind of game it is. Almost certainly it's going to be fairly kid-friendly. But it certainly will be interesting to see it when it comes out, if we can make it to the point when we see when some of these games come out. Next we have a game on Steam called Raindrops, which is a rhythm game. Obviously doesn't look like there's much here other than that, just a rhythm game that catch little droplets of water for $4.99, English and Korean. Too simplistic of a game by far, just too low effort. If this was even a cell phone game, the graphics would need several improvements to catch my eye. Like it needs something that catches somebody's eyes, some character, some story, some background, even if it's just a BS story and a BS character, just a Hatsune Miku character who, as far as I know, has basically no backstory and basically no character. She still is something that humans can relate to, instead of just a paddle that swings up and down catching raindrops. This is interesting. I'm gonna just go ahead and auto pass. I think the game is locked up on the server side. Gamatsu has an article, Final Fantasy XII, the Zodiac Age for PS4 and PC, updated with a job reset function and additional Gambit sets. This is Final Fantasy XII, not Final Fantasy VII Remake. Now, there is a bit of controversy around Final Fantasy VII. The creator of the Western created, Rooster Teeth created series Ruby, RWBY, which is heavily anime inspired, and seems to not really have known what they were getting into by trying to copy anime, and doesn't seem like they really are too much fans of anime, even though they're basically stealing the entire concept for Ruby as far as it looks on the surface. That creator decided to jokingly refer to Tifa as a prostitute based on her anime high fashion outfit that had already been censored in the remake, which is just someone famous speaking from ignorance. And I don't know if we should really give free passes to everybody being a little crazy right now. I think famous people have always been a little crazy, and I don't think that inherently means that people deserve free passes. But it's really dumb. It really is. Tifa's outfit is not even by far the worst outfits in Final Fantasy VII Remake, or the worst outfit in the Final Fantasy series, and ignoring the outfit completely because you don't even have to get to that level of dialogue. It is completely inappropriate and anti freedom of expression, anti-feminism in general, to effectively slut shame someone based on their outfits. Like, ideally, I'm an old hippie at heart personally, but ideally anybody should be able to wear whatever they want, or whatever they don't, or not wear whatever they want, and people should just be able to deal with it as mature human beings. So I have no problem with appropriate scenarios when if there's going to be a nudist beach, that anybody could go to that nudist beach and be nude, or if there's going to be a nudist or naturalist commune, everybody can be fully nude there. Or if someone's personally desired to wear like 5 outfits at the same time, I have no problem with that. I do have a slight problem when society forces people to wear outfits, and there's a certain amount of cloth that can only realistically be interpreted as being forced upon mostly females to cover up. There's something kind of ridiculous if somebody is fully covering every single inch of their skin and then trying to claim that that's because they have a deep personal religious belief and that they should be able to do that, compared to, say, somebody wearing a headscarf because that's a way of them expressing their beliefs, in the same way that somebody might wear a cross around their neck if they were Christian. Even that all falls apart as a concept, though, the deeper you think about it, because it is all still about peer pressure at that point. Any ceremonial robes or clothing, Christians wearing crosses, Jewish people wearing yarmulkes, things like that, like covering up their heads, all of that is peer pressure to make those people in those communities express and dress a specific way, have this uniform, think as a group, act as a group, be a group. It's all very much against the idea of individual expression. You can certainly go into a very long argument about how most outfits that are religious based are really at the core against individual expression, in the same way that uniforms at McDonald's and Walmart are totally against individual expression. And Japanese RPGs like Final Fantasy VII, to get back to video games, are 100% about individual expression. You have these Japanese creators from Japan, a society that is so monoculture. Everybody must act the same. Everybody must look the same. Everyone must be the same out in Japan. That is what these artists and creators have been living through and told their entire lives. So it is completely understandable that once they get to create their worlds, once they get to tell a story, they want to be able to individually express their art, and they want their characters to be able to individually express themselves. So no surprise that every single character has a different outfit in Final Fantasy games. No surprise that every single character looks way over the top. It is a 100% rejection of uniformity and just conservative, constrictive societies. So yeah, it's a real dumb take that the Ruby creator took. As for me ever playing any of the Ruby games, I think about it here and there, but it honestly never feels like those games are good enough or relevant enough. And personally, I think the Ruby anime series probably isn't going to finish well or wrap up at all in a good way, and I don't know if it's really worth the time to ever watch it. I've certainly thought about watching it, but I've never gotten that far. There's always seems like there's something more interesting, something better to do. Speaking of anime-inspired cartoons that were made in the West, the Avatar: The Last Airbender cartoons are coming to Netflix, I believe, in about a month or two. So that might be interesting. I don't know if the Avatar: Last Airbender cartoons, I think they're pretty good to watch, but without the sequel, maybe they're not that great. But it might also turn into a series that's not particularly great to burn through and watch in one sitting. Although it could be the exact opposite. It could be that it's a great series to watch in one sitting, so you can fast forward through boring parts and skip boring episodes. Or there are no boring parts and it's just a thrilling roller coaster ride from beginning to end. Gamatsu has an article here. 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim shipments and digital sales top 130,000 in Japan. 30,000 more units have moved since January. This is a incredibly small number of sales in comparison. It's not the 300,000 mark that it would be notable in most cases. It's not 500,000, it's not 1 million. But they are still proud of it, particularly since I think this game was really only targeted to Japanese people. It's obviously a mech anime game, and 130,000 in Japan is probably not too bad. See, the Western version hasn't even been released yet, so by the time it releases, it could be at 250,000 units. But also, the Western version probably isn't going to sell that much either. And we're back to network problems. I went on a bit of a rant there, and that wasted my time. Here we have a game called Element Battle Royale. Just by the name, you know it's a low-effort game. Asset flip. Not going to go any further with that. It's free to play. It's English full audio. It's online PvP. Nothing more needs to be said about that. That is clearly a game that should have been curated out. TechRaptor has an article. Witchfire developers are animating guns with duct taped mocap guns, which I wouldn't be surprised if this happens a lot more, but I don't know what you're really animating here. This is like taking photos in a garage setup And this isn't mocapping. This is just like photo referencing what the gun would look like, I assume, to animate the gun, and not this guy who probably isn't doing anything. This is just a coronavirus story, basically. So he just built a photo studio. This is by far not mocapping, though. You can't motion capture this. This is photo referencing, and he's probably sending it to animators that would be different animators than who would normally work on a motion capturing anyways. Moving on, Gematsu has an article. Gunbird is coming to PC on May 11th. This looks like a shoot 'em up game of no real importance, so I'm going to leave it at that. And we'll leave Magic going for about another 10 minutes, and then we'll try and reload. Reddit r/Doom says, according to Mick Gordon himself, we are getting the Mick cut, which this was the thing people were not happy about the soundtrack, as far as the way it was made. I don't know if it was the mastering that was the problem, or if it was the selection of songs that was the problem on the soundtrack. I didn't get deep enough into the story, but people were definitely not happy with the soundtrack, which is a weird situation to be in for video games. I really haven't seen that happen before. But apparently they're going to release a better cut, and hopefully that'll satisfy people. But definitely Bethesda didn't need that bad news. Like, that certainly wasn't good press by any means to release the wrong soundtrack. They could have easily delayed the soundtrack if they wanted to, amongst all of this. Moving on, we have a game called Catovania, which looks like it's a game where you play as a cat, and it looks like there's some health and some magic and an incredibly small number of enemies. I don't think there's a real game here. Also, there's no video on this at all as far as a trailer. This is 99 cents, English only. Yeah, I'm just gonna assume this is a low effort, like, tech demo more than an actual game. Next, we have a game called Pandemic Panic, which seems like it's a first-person shooter game where you're shooting viruses that are spinning all over you and explode everywhere. Which, this might not be a terrible game to teach kids about just how germs spread. It seems like some people definitely don't understand how germs spread and how you have to be completely paranoid about it, and it can just go anywhere and be on any surface, and just washing your hands or covering your mouth is the bare minimum you need to do, but also you need to be careful of walls, handles, light switches, door handles, all that stuff, just anywhere and everywhere. Not touching your face, for instance. And people who wash their hands aren't washing their hands always perfectly, and nothing is 100%, so you have to be as careful as possible. So this is $4.99, single player, doesn't require VR, English full audio. I don't know if I would prefer to play something like this instead of like Viscera Cleanup Crew, and honestly this is probably not much of a game. It may very well have only one level, it may only have 2 or 3 enemies, it may have only one gun, so at that price of $5 it may very well not be worth it, but I'll put it on the fall list and see if people like it. Although I don't know if teaching kids about germs via video games is any better than just teaching kids about germs in general. Maybe video games should be the escape, and maybe you should not shove it in their face that this pandemic is going on. Next, we have a game on Steam called Education, another simplistic name. It seems like it's a horror game where you might actually be playing as a zombie. Unfortunately, you have a lot of dark screenshot syndrome going on here. And yeah, I don't think there's a game here. $2.69 English, full audio English, and then also subtitles for Chinese, Russian, Turkish, and German. It makes it seem like it's probably an Eastern Bloc, low effort horror asset flip game. You know, this is really just a great example of a game that's not presenting itself well enough. Looking at the video, it kind of looks like there's a decent game here, but because they didn't spend the time to promote and advertise their game well enough with the screenshots, I'm not willing to give it the time of day. It's also too cheap, and the languages again are questionable. Let's see if we can, for the third time now, launch out of this and relaunch this. We'll just double check if we're streaming still. Alright, Gamatsu has a article here for Yori Tomosu details. No, it's not Yori, it's Yoru Tomosu details story, prologue, and keywords. It looks like it's a visual novel. What is this described as? A ghost story, an old school building, and 5 girls. What is going on here? Here you have a girl with a red bracelet on the ground, another girl who's apparently fallen over and is under the skirt of this girl. A girl with her phone, a girl being dragged. Then here's some kind of exchanging of combs. Is that some kind of symbol of love that happens in Japanese culture? I don't even know. Yeah. It does seem like this is probably half romance, half ghost story as a visual novel. Doesn't look terrible by any means. It's coming out for the PS4 and Switch on July 30th in Japan. It doesn't seem like it's coming out to PC anytime soon, unless it already is out on PC, and if it is, I don't remember it. Yeah, I don't recognize it. We're back into this. Let's see if this works. Next, Gamatsu has Shoujo Jiko no Doku Masame system trailer. I think we may have talked about this before. Let's see what this looks like. Brightly colored intro of some, is that 3D characters in like an action RPG? Looks like it is. Kind of like a Persona style action RPG game. We may be hitting a point where there's enough Persona style action RPG games out there that it becomes just its own like subcategory, to the point where it makes sense for me to try and cover more of those games. Whereas right now mentally I'm at the point where sure, I could play 1 or 2 Persona style action RPG games, JRPG games, but I wouldn't go beyond the top 10 of those styles of games. And by Persona style, I guess I mostly mean that it would be an action RPG where you're going inside a weird world or someone's mind, something like that. In a weird way, Psychonauts would probably have been better had they made a Persona style game sequel instead of a 3D platformer action game for Psychonauts 2, which is still in development. Yeah, a spin-off game with the Psychonauts characters might have worked fairly well. Here we have a game called K-On! Tail MMORPG, which anything with MMORPG in the name is probably not good. It's free to play with in-app purchases. English, Portuguese, Brazil, Spanish, Russian, several different Spanish languages. It's MMO online player versus player though, and it doesn't look particularly good at all. So, yeah. Gamatsu has an article, Doraemon Story of Seasons for PS4 coming to Asia with English subtitles on July 30th. So, yeah. That probably means that's as far as it's going to go, and that they won't release it in the West, per se. And people that would want to play this Doraemon Harvest Moon style game would just have to import it, which I think they would be, the creators of the game would be perfectly fine with that, instead of spending extra money to advertise it and try and promote it amongst an audience who doesn't even know who Doraemon is. I haven't been really looking at any of the screenshots to see if they're all YouTube family friendly. But yeah, and one of the days that has bit me in the butt before, and when he says it will do it again, so I need to be careful. Gotta play a lot too. A lot to do. I know what to do though, that's helpful. Next we have a game. We have Yumi Utsu Yumeu Susu Reafter. It's tag nudity and sexual content, but it looks like it's a lesbian romance game. And the animation looks alright, not particularly great. I'd almost call the style, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is just kind of a lacking of ability in shading. So this is $49.99 English with full audio Japanese and Chinese subtitles. I'll put it on the fall list and see what the reviews are. Yeah, I'm still trying to maintain a certain level of these visual novels to decide if I ever want to cover them. Odds are low, and increasingly getting lower though, as I'm just running out of steam and energy to play games in general. The idea of spending 60 to 200 hours in a very basic visual novel game that is just text and dialogue seems less and less likely that I'd ever decide to do that. I still haven't even finished all the Telltale games. There we go. What's weird is I keep running into people that seem to have no characters. You would think people would have more characters, but nope. Draft Sim, the company that makes Untapped.gg or works with Untapped.gg, put out an article, is the Magic the Gathering Arena Mastery Pass worth it? And I think the short answer is kinda yeah. I guess here, this is a long list of just everything you get. But buying it, it's not just that the Mastery Pass is worth it. The boost that was available when buying the Mastery Pass, I think they're saying is also worth it. So the 5,400 gem thing that give you 10 levels, that probably was a good deal. And that's what I felt too, is that it probably was a good deal if you had those gems, particularly if you're going to play every day and get those 15 daily victories, or at least those 10 daily victories that give you experience towards the mastery level. But you still have until the end of this specific expansion to get it. To get the Mastery Pass, so you can certainly play hard with the Ikra expansion, and if you like it, at the end buy the 10 extra level pass and unlock everything and get 10 levels at the very end, which would be effectively spending, I guess, almost 2,000 gems for 10 uncommon wild cards, which from that perspective, that doesn't seem like that would be worth it. But I guess maybe it is. Well, Gamasutra doesn't want to load right, but they have a job listing here. Industrial Toys is looking for a senior software engineer in Pasadena, California. And we'll just leave it at that. It's, I guess, a little bit surprising that we haven't seen some sites decide to just turn off a lot of their CSS code, the content that you would that makes the games sites and the websites look good, and just break it down into a basic black and white site. I think, though, if a site like TechRaptor really did turn off all of its CSS and it was just black and white text, people would be so turned off by the appearance of that they wouldn't read the articles. And I don't think anybody wants to lower the quality of their product just to save bandwidth. Not specifically after you've already raised the quality of the product. You can never really take anything away, is the problem there. Sure wish I was getting ranked wins for all of this, instead of just getting non-ranked wins. TechRaptor has this article, update source engine source code leak may spell trouble for games. So the source engine's source code, I thought, was already kind of open source, or maybe you have the, maybe you had to buy it, but apparently it's out there, and that might be trouble for people playing with Counter-Strike Go, Team Fortress, Half-Life games. Modders will almost certainly be able to use the source code to make better mods somewhat. It almost is it's a bad thing for Valve to lose control of their source code if it was really hidden source code and not open to the public in the first place, but it almost spells a great excuse for Valve to stop using the source engine and instead use the Unity engine, I guess is what they would use. They wouldn't use the Unreal engine, or they could use Crysis, Crytek engine instead. I would say they probably should just move over to the Unity engine, considering how they're working on Artifact, and if they can do something in Unity to make something like Half-Life Alyx, that would be amazing and be a great push for the Unity engine. Or, you know, Valve could just make source code version 3, abandon source engine version 2, which never got really finished or put in anything, and yeah, that would be kind of an interesting way for them to reboot themselves and refocus. Apparently, Valve News Network, Tyler McVicker was accused of leaking it, and he says that he did not leak anything. Which he kind of leaks. He doesn't kind of leak things, he kind of reports on news, so like I don't think he knows enough about programming or code to really leak it, nor do I think he would have ever really had access to it. Like, if I was going to guess who potentially could have leaked that code and maybe would have had access to it, I would think the creator of the Hunt the Freeman game is a much better random person to accuse. But also, Valve, there was a person just walking into Valve stealing hardware for a long time, like a janitor or something, and it took them forever to arrest him. And yeah, there's any number of disgruntled employees or current employees that could have leaked the source code before I think that a YouTuber who presents himself as a news network, when he's really just one guy. So TechRaptor goes on, our source servers safe, and I think the probably answer is yeah. I think you're probably fine to continue playing these things. You'll probably see cheating go up because the source code was leaked, but that's kind of it. It's almost not even really news at this point, because the source engine is just so unused by everything else except for the small handful of Valve products. I have to just end this. Moving on, Gamma Sutra has an article. Disruptor Beam completes its pivot to tools provider with a Beamable rebrand. This is a little too inside baseball. This was the one-time Star Trek Timelines developer, is now building out its Disruptor engine platform for other game developers, and I doubt very many people will really want to use a collectible card games engine, but maybe it'll sell to a bunch of cell phone game developers and make enough money. It seemed like when that story was happening, if I recall correctly, they basically they basically just ran out of a contract and didn't have any other new contracts to stay in business as a game developer, and are now trying to struggle to stop from going bankrupt. Okay. we probably want 10 on the field. Right now we have 6, 7, 8 on the field. If we get 2 more characters on the field, then, or 3 for safety, we could probably activate this and still win. Next, we have a game on Steam that's a bunch of Asian characters and then in parentheses grids of world, which looks like a MMORPG. It doesn't look terrible, but it doesn't look particularly great. There's a problem here with too many purple-haired characters that look all the same. So maybe they only have 2 or 3 character models. It's early access. It's $3.99 as an online PvP game. It's English and Chinese. It's way too cheap, and clearly it's a cheap Chinese attempt at an MMO. Gamma Sutra has an article here. Magic Leap lays off staff in a bid to adapt to new market realities. Magic Leap, I believe, is the company that had the device that could cinch your hands in front of a computer monitor, so you could wave your hands around and it would sense that. I don't know if there was any major success in ever implementing that and making that a worthwhile experience. Okay. Does anybody have reach? I don't think anybody does. So I'm gonna attack with this. I'm gonna attack with this. And we'll see what happens. Yep. Click all of these. That's way more than I needed of one. The thing I would say with Magic Leap is that that Magic Leap product came out a while ago, like 6 or 7 years ago, and there's not been any update to it. There hasn't been any reason to talk about it. There's not been any implementation of it. Had it been adopted as a built-in thing you could do into like an Xbox or a PlayStation controller, that would have been kind of groundbreaking. I still think that there might be an idea around that idea of some kind of low resolution or high contrast camera looking at your hands movements or looking at your face even when you're playing a game to give some kind of different kind of input. But yeah, I don't think it didn't go anywhere, so that's probably the end of Magic Leap as far as I'll ever report on it. Speaking of things I probably shouldn't report on, TechRaptor has Wars of Venus brings sexy idol card battles to Nunchaku. So they've got a new idol card battle game coming out, which this might be more up my style than the other games they have, but I also wouldn't be surprised if it's kind of boring and it has very little like adult content in it, like all the other Nunchaku games I've looked at. Like there is definitely something wrong with the quality of the products they sell, and Nunchaku would much be better off selling other people's products instead of making their own, until they can get better at making their own. Next we have a game called Sound Self, a Technodelic, which seems to be just a bunch of visualizations and audio. as some kind of self-hypnosis type idea. Self-hypnosis, psychedelic experience that they're claiming you can have. $29.99 for a VR title. It's nothing. This is a scam. I mean, really can't call it anything else. Offering extremely little content in the hopes that people pursuing a digital high would buy it and use it with their $600 VR headsets, which very few people have. Let's see. Next, we have a game on Steam called Birth Me Code. It's tagged as a puzzle visual novel game. I don't know here. Everybody's wearing a mask, and then this one's got quite a bit of cleavage. Is this because they can't draw faces? This face isn't amazingly good. And then if this is the actual gameplay mechanic, that looks pretty bad. And then that looks like a simplistic puzzle. Yeah, I don't think this animator can draw faces. Yeah. Like, even if this was supposed to be some kind of weird sci-fi story, I don't want to watch an entire visual novel where I don't see people's faces. That's dumb. This is also $24.99 in English only, which makes it feel like it's probably not well written, because I haven't yet to seen great English only visual novels out there. So I'm gonna skip on that one. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Blush Blush. I guess what we're hitting here is this is going to be the week where the adult games come out, although we really haven't seen too many that are actually labeled as adult games. Instead, we're seeing a lot of cheap Chinese, like, romance dating games that really don't have any adult content. This looks like a Chinese furry dating simulator, for lack of a better term. It doesn't look very polished. It's free to play, I guess, and then $7 if you want the uncut DLC, which is the only reason I imagine to actually play the game. And it's English only, so yep, nothing there. And once again, we've run into network problems. TechRaptor has an article. Conscript is a lo-fi survival horror set in World War I. It's an interesting idea, but the pixel graphics here look particularly bad. We have about 10 more articles before we hit the point where we start seeing the games that have been left over from over the course of this week. And so if we just sort of power through it, it'll take still a long time. I don't know. I'm not even going to bother to try and promise anything here. The high motion alongside the low pixel graphics, I don't get it. Like, I don't get this art style at all. It seems really zoomed out. I kind of like the story. A horror story in World War I. But the graphics just look terrible. That is really, really bad. Let's see. See what else we can get to load up. Next, we have a game on Steam called Hell to Raise. And none of this is... My screenshots are open. It looks to me like it's some kind of platforming hack and slash game, but maybe not so much hack and slash as just jumping and platforming. No, it is something. By the looks of it. Let's see if we can reload and get to the thumbnail. There we go. So much easier to look at the thumbnails. I would say this probably doesn't have enough polish to it. It's early access, it's free to play, it's English full audio. Top-down hack and slash platformer that seems like it basically has one level and one boss fight at the moment. Maybe 2 levels and 2 boss fights. And then they're planning on having keys in it too. Yeah, that's too early. And it's not polished enough to even make it to the fall list. I guess I'm willing now to put games that look particularly bad and are early access not even on the fall list, and if they turn out to be some kind of hidden gem when they come out of early access, hopefully I would then hear about them. But honestly, I just need to be more of a curator anyways as far as games, because I've been very, very lenient on a lot of things on the fall list, and even my wish list has quite a few games that on second thought I wouldn't mind not ever playing. Moving on, we have a game on Steam here called Heroes of Maiden 3 Crimean Battle, which looks like it's just kind of like a Contra clone. It doesn't look very visually polished. I don't know if too many people want to play games set around the Crimean War anyways. $4.89, English and Russian. Very possibly a Russian propaganda game. Or just a cheap, bad Russian game in general. TechRaptor has an article, Trackmania release date delayed, new gameplay revealed. So they're still working on the Trackmania re-release or remake that they're working on, I think. Next we have a game on Steam here called Itta, I-T-T-A, which is pixel graphics by the looks of it. Bullet hell shooter with some adventure elements too. Yeah, this looks good. This looks a lot like that one game I played where you had a bow and arrow and you killed almost all the bosses with one shot. So, yeah. It will just be a matter of how many bosses that there are and how well the game plays and how difficult it is. I'd be willing to give this one a shot. Sure. This was $13.49. Bunch of language support. Yep. It looks cool. We may hit a point where I have so many tabs open that I can't go any further. And that I guess if we hit that point, that'll be the end of the stream. So we can have that cutoff switch. Next we have a game on Steam here called Damn Dolls, which looks like it's a asset flip horror game where creepy dolls are going to pop up and try and scare you. But it seems like you spend most of the game with some kind of screwdriver or weapon in your hand. It doesn't even look like a flashlight. So I don't know how scary it can be when you're brandishing some kind of weapon. This is $9.99 English only. I see nothing intriguing around that. Next we have a game on Steam called 9 Noir Lives, which looks like it's a cat point and click adventure game with a noir theme. I'm a sucker for point and click adventure games, and so I'll put this on the fall list. Let's see, it's planned to come out H1 2021. I don't know what H1 means in that case, though. Holiday one. of 2021. What does that even mean? What is Holiday 1? Is that in the first quarter or the second quarter? This is an English full audio game when it does come out. So I'll prematurely put that one on the fall list. Doesn't really deserve it though. TechRaptor has an article. Hypergalactic Psychic Table Tennis 3000 takes you on an odyssey. Let's see if we can watch this video and get a general idea of what it is. It looks like it is just Pong trying to be something more than Pong, but it still looks like it's mostly just Pong and pretty boring. This is a hype article by TechRaptor. We, I think, already talked about this. Crash Bandicoot mobile game revealed and soft launched. Let's see. I was gonna see if I could install that. Maybe I have some articles here that we could just close quickly. TechRaptor has a Pong Quest review. The idea that there are 2 Pong games that they were playing and talking about is really ridiculous. Let's see, I can't imagine that Pong Quest is actually going to get a good review. No. 6.0, Pong Quest brings back fond memories of Atari's roots, but this simplistic package doesn't have the depth or complexity to stun modern audiences. No big surprise there. Then TechRaptor has Final Fantasy VII Remake review, and we'll try and spoil nothing, but we'll jump down to the bottom. Let's see. They give it a 9.5. Final Fantasy VII Remake is beautiful, a ton of fun, and manages to bring one of the classic JRPG classics to modern standards with a few issues. I really would like to hear somebody's review right now in 2020 of the original Final Fantasy VII and just talk about some of the ridiculousness and the dumb parts in that the original Final Fantasy VII compared to the new game, because that would be the thing that would interest me most, is where they made changes, where they improved in the remake. Are they better changes? Are they improvements? Or did they just add more content in general, and is the game so just drastically different in the remake that it's like comparing apples and oranges? Here, Gamasutra has a blog prioritizing accessibility considerations, which might be interesting if you want to develop a game. A lot of talk about accessibility features, to the point where they're getting dangerously close amongst game developers of prioritizing it so much that they're actually going to make bad games that are just really accessible. I imagine there's quite a few very accessible games that are just terrible. Particularly games that are targeted specifically to people that are like blind or deaf or something like that. TechRaptor has an article here. The Sims 4 knitting pack brings rocking chairs and Sims Etsy. More Sims 4 content still happening. Here, TechRaptor has an article. The Polish distributor CDP files for bankruptcy. Not Good Old Games or Witcher developer CD Projekt Red. Let's see. What? CDP, which stands for CD Projekt, is not the same entity as CD Projekt Red, nor does it control the fate of Good Old Games or the overarching CD Projekt Red group. CDP is a Polish distributor that pretty much only handles the distribution of its native country and nearby regions. That means the company's bankruptcy will not in any way affect The Witcher, CD Projekt Red, or Good Old Games. But clearly, Um, they're having to say this, but the quote here is it was not associated in any way with these other groups. So, what did they do? Instead of telling me what they didn't do. I guess the tech raptor doesn't really care what they did do, because they're going bankrupt. So that's kind of not news, or just very inside baseball. Gamatsu has an article, Peaky Blinders Mastermind first gameplay and screenshots. Peaky Blinders, I believe, is a like HBO TV series. So they're making a game based on that. I think it's like not Victorian times, but Industrial Revolution times. But I think by the time this game comes out, the TV series might be completely done for, and it's not like that TV series is super popular. And this looks like it is just a top-down kind of RPG game. Looks like you're mostly doing stealth and sneaking and maybe stealing things, and yeah, it's more of a top-down stealth game by the looks of it. So I can't imagine that Peaky Blinders Mastermind sells particularly well. Next, we have a game on Steam called Advanced City, which probably is a city simulation game. But it looks also like it's a bunch of asset flips. And looks incredibly dull and boring. And inconsistent. $13.49. I'm not willing to give it another second of my time. And next, Gamatsu has a game called Monstrum for the PS4, Xbox One, and Switch. Launches May 22nd. Do we have a trailer as to what this actually looks like? Peggy 16. A horror game by the looks of it. I wish I had a script that would just jump through these videos for me. I don't know how I'd actually do that. Monstrum might be a decent horror game. It might be nothing. The physical edition is delayed due to COVID-19. Here, Tech Raptor has Death Stranding's PC launched. Has been delayed until July. Which, okay. And we're just gonna keep on trying to burn through games. It's been 20 minutes now of it not being able to do anything. I could have played another game. I have like 2 more victories I need to do. I think I'll do it off screen. We have a game called King Knight's Retreat, which looks like it is a knight puzzle game in some asset flipped environments. I have to kind of applaud the effort here to make a very basic game look a lot better than it really should. Instead of being a single screen Unity game, it now looks like a 5-screen Unity asset flip game. But the core of the game is just moving knights around to solve puzzles. So by zooming out, by having a 3D perspective, you're actually making the experience way worse for people actually trying to solve the puzzles. It's early access, which is a game that definitely shouldn't be early access, for 69 cents. And English full audio, allegedly. Yeah. Bad gameplay decision there. Like, a single screen Unity game is the right move if you're just going to make a night puzzle game. I might be able to see the beginning of the end here. Here we have a game called A Walk in the Woods on Steam, which looks like a fairly pretty woods. Is there anything else? There are no monsters to kill, no riddles to solve. It's not that type of game. It's a virtual escape where you can hide from your monotonous, now I can read it, daily routine and enjoy the nature. So it's a walking simulator through the forest for $1.79, English only. Turn off motion smoothing and Steam VR. Honestly, this doesn't look bad for what it is. It's totally the right price for an additional simplistic tech demo, effectively, that this honestly should just be free with all VR headsets. It looks good. They probably just bought SpeedTree or bought a forest that had been pre-made, and that you just walk around. I'm going to put it on the fall list. And it actually went on the fall list. I don't know if I trust that. There might be an idea to, as far as like, do you hear birds? Do you hear the occasional rustling? Or is it going to just be mostly silent? Will there be any background music in this? But the idea of just walking through the woods and enjoying that, particularly right now, due to all the people being locked down in their houses, sounds very, very appealing. I could see having kids who don't get to go into the forest very often because they live in dense urban populations. I could see that being very helpful. I could even see expanding the concept out to a kind of like a Minecraft server world where all the kids are playing either in VR or just through computers, walking around the forest, and when somebody finds something that they mention it. A bird watching expansion would be nice. Moving on, we have a game called Survival Denied, which looks like it's a player versus player asset flip first person shooter. It does have more polish, and I guess it's a zombie survival game. It's a little bit too low polygon. Let's see what the price is. Early access for $10.79. It requires VR though. Yeah, that's the problem. Bunch of languages. If this wasn't a VR game and it was maybe a little cheaper, I might put it on the fall list. If this was a VR game and it was more visually polished, I'd put it on the VR list. But it kind of is in the mushy middle, where it doesn't satisfy either desire there. Next, we have a game on Steam called The Ball Adventure, which inherently is just going to be a ball rolling game, isn't it? Like, we've seen a lot of these. So, what could this ball game convince me? It looks a lot like Glover, and that there's different kinds of balls that have different abilities. But I don't know if there's really a game here. Let's see, $8.99, English only. I'll give it a follow and see if anybody buys it. It's a pretty low effort thumbnail too. I kind of feel like if they can't bother to animate the thumbnail, there's probably not much of a game. This definitely looks asset flippy. This animation does not look like a real beach ball and doesn't really connect to the rest of the world, animation style wise. No, I think we'll skip this one. Not quite there. And honestly, I'm not sure that a Glover style game would actually be a good game around these times nowadays. I'm not sure if Glover was even a good game back then. Next we have Coughing Simulator 2020, a troll game, clearly $1.79 English only. This is one I should have curated out. Just having people film themselves coughing and then selling it on Steam, and you would think Valve would be smart enough to at least curate that a little bit. Next we have a game that's a bunch of, looks like Korean characters. So that would be my suspicion. It's mixed reviewed, so I don't think it's making it to the fall list. It looks to me like it is a Korean retelling of Jack and the Beanstalk in an adventure / visual novel experience. English is not supported. It's free to play, and yes, it is Korean. It's going to be really hard when like Singapore people, Taiwanese people, several other Asian Pacific languages with pictorial symbols start making games. And Middle Eastern titles would be insane. There's just no way I'd be able to tell the difference between different languages from like the Middle Eastern language writing systems. Next we have a game on Steam called Moog VR, which looks like another game I should have curated. Looks like you play as a wizard and you're casting spells, and it's not visually polished very much, and the thumbnail looks pretty low effort. Early access $10.19. And we still have a ton of games. So here we have Advanced Creator of Labyrinths. Let's see, $2.40 English only. It's obviously just a low effort Labyrinth asset flip game. Actually doesn't look too bad as an asset flip game, but the actual gameplay probably is nothing but just wandering around. Yeah, it's nothing but wandering around. Like, this kind of was the perfect time for the network not to work, because I really do have just a ton of games that I've fallen behind on. Here we have a game called Puzzle Kid, which looks like it's a platformer where you swap the worlds. We've seen several of these, so the question would be, what makes this one specifically special? It's $3.59 English only. The art doesn't look particularly good. It kind of seems like it's got just 2 or 3 different backgrounds, and it doesn't seem like the puzzles get particularly complicated. So I am unimpressed with that. Next we have a game called Cross Soul, which is tagged as a ninja cute RPG game. Seems like it's a platformer where you're playing as an anime girl ninja, although what she looks like in the actual game and what she's being depicted here is a little bit different. She's going with the very, very young looking moe art style. Seems like there's some RPG elements too, which makes me kind of feel like this might be a Chinese game. And then when we look at, like, this art style just looks terrible. That looks really, really bad. Early access, free to play, English, Japanese. Apparently at some point she changes from being a ninja, or it changes from a ninja character to a more Egyptian character, who they face-wise look very similar. So I don't know if they're supposed to be one person in 2 bodies, is what it's being described as. Okay, so throughout the game you swap between 2 characters to get different abilities, and then anime art style on top of that, making it a harder sell, I imagine, for a lot of people. Next, we have a game called The Last Day of Adolf, which came out 2 days after his birthday, not 420. And it looks to me like it is a hideous point-and-click adventure game in which you play as Adolf in his bunkers before he killed himself. So I don't see a reason why you'd want to play this game. It doesn't look good, and it's not going to really tell a real story or an interesting story. $1.99. English full audio. Yeah. You have a game there that's dangerously close to being Nazi propaganda, depending on how it's written, for no real reason. Next, we have a game called Gladum 2D PvP skill free and skill based, which with a title like that, you know it's probably a low effort Chinese game, or at least a low effort weird game that's not really offering anything. Early access, free to play, in-app purchases, English only, so apparently not a Chinese game. I like this art style on these characters, but these guys, the pixel characters you actually play as, don't look anything like this. This guy's blonde, this guy's brunette. This Joker Harlequin lady looks completely different in hairstyle. She has white frills, she has red frills. So they really just took some art and approximated. But yeah, no game there. Alright, now I see the beginning of the end, finally. Next we have a game on Steam called Bear Party Adventure, which seems like you're running around in NASA flip first person shooter shooting actual Care Bears, which I don't really think is funny. Like, I kind of feel like, what did Care Bears ever do to anybody? Unlike like Barney the dinosaur or anything like that, I don't think Care Bears ever got so aggressively pushed or so nauseously cutesy that they weren't just easily ignored. And undoubtedly, if I was to watch any of the Care Bear cartoons, they probably are terrible, like terrible and cutesy and saccharine sweet. But I, as somebody who'd never really had any interest in watching them in the first place, I never felt like then there was a need for a game to shoot them. Unlike Barney Doom, where that mod made a lot of sense because people were getting Barney shoved down their throats left and right when it came out. Play Bear Party Adventure is free. English full audio, allegedly, in a bunch of other languages. And just, I think, unnecessary. Really. Let's see. Next, we have a game called Diesel Punk Wars Prologue, which is already mixed, so I think that means I can easily have it not go on the fall list. It also doesn't look like it's much of anything. It seems like you build ships and then battleships. It's free. A single player game. English, Spain, Spanish, Russian, and Italian. Yeah. There is more visual polish in this game than a lot, but it still doesn't look like it's much of a gameplay experience. There's been far too many games where you just build your own vehicles, you build your own buildings, and far too many attempts to be the next Minecraft, where the next Minecraft clearly is still just the same Minecraft. I am liking the new updates on Minecraft as I'm watching PewDiePie play them and seeing other people play them. I seem to kind of fall into watching people play Minecraft once or twice a year now. But the new characters, the piglins that are very focused around gold, they build buildings as gold, they wear gold armor. They apparently want you to wear gold armor. too, or they'll attack you. It's a great way to give new life to gold armor and gold in general in that game, because gold really has been kind of useless except for making golden apples, and that's been like the only thing you've really needed. You use gold to decorate with, I suppose, at times, but then you're being rather gaudy. Moving on, next we have a game called Noms the Fish, which looks just like a terrible fish eats fish simulator game, like Feeding Frenzy, but worse. It's $2.69, English only. Let's see. TechRaptor had a article here, Understanding Cult Video Games. I think we already talked about this. Yeah. But that's a good little marker to use as the games that are left to look at. Next we have a game called SBX 5K, which looks, well, I was going to call it a space game, but apparently it's a first-person shooter in space. Free, English only, unimpressive visually. I don't know where they think they're even going to make their money or not waste their time by releasing free games on Steam. Next we have a game on Steam called Back to Ashes, which is some dark screenshot syndrome, but it kind of looks like it might actually be a decent attempt in making something like a Dark Souls game, although that would require a lot of polish and a lot of level design and a lot of ideas from a company and developer I've never heard of. So this is a prime example of a game that would need to be on the fall list just to make sure it's not garbage. It's early access, it's $10.99, it's English full audio. On the other hand, do you want to play Back to Ashes instead of playing the probably poor PC ports of the Dark Souls, Demon Souls, or Bloodborne? Or do you want to play the newest game from those creators, which would be the anime vampire game that I don't remember the name of, but plays the same way? And I think maybe too many people just didn't want to play the anime style vampire game, because that certainly didn't get as much hype as previous Bloodborne and Dark Souls, Demon Souls games had. Next we have a game on Steam called Apprentice Knight Iona. This looks like one of those games that very possibly has some adult content censored out of it. They could be patched back in, but it does kind of look like an action RPG game. The problem here is there's not enough enemies and there's not enough going on in the video. It seems like it's a particularly empty room. One of the things that made Deathspank such a pain in the butt is it didn't have a roll attack or any way to speed up his movement at all, and there was a lot of walking around, so yeah, and those menus look terrible. This is $1.79, English only, and it doesn't need to be on the fall list. Yep, Deathspank would have been a lot better had you been able to run or roll or get away from people. Also, a lot of the quests really were just designed to make you walk from point A to point B for no good reason, and you maybe run into a couple enemies, but sometimes, very often, you would not run into any enemies and you're just walking, just to waste time. Next we have a game on Steam called 11 Prophecies, which looks like a top-down real-time strategy game of no interest. Early access, $6.39, discounted English. Nope, nothing more. We have about 10 more tabs, but then we'll be done. And I guess since we're going long, I'm gonna skip the Humble Bundle, and I'll quickly scroll through my Twitter feed just to make sure there isn't any huge news. I doubt that there are going to be huge newses on Friday, but it might be worth checking. In fact, I may just skip the news too. Let's do an experiment here and skip the Humble Bundle and the news and just wrap up when we're done with games. Here we have a game called Xenociders, which seems like you're fighting dinosaurs in VR, shooting them, hunting them. Not a terrible idea. $22.49 is way too expensive for VR, but maybe I'd give it a chance. So, I think I'm going to put this on the follow list. It's early access, not marked as early access. So, I don't know. I'll put it on the follow list, but yeah, these VR games can be on the follow list, and I don't have to even be that specific because if they're not good, I probably still wouldn't buy them. Next, we have a game on Steam here called Tune the Tone, which seems to have some like creepy mannequin-like creatures that are dancing alongside the hip-hop music. It looks actually very disturbing, like a nightmare scenario with the neon lights and such. It's not good looking at all. It's also early access for $16.19 English only, and it's not from a developer or publisher I recognize, so I imagine the music rights in it aren't particularly great either. You know, you don't really see a lot of copy and paste of music from different games being licensed. At least, perhaps I mean music from the East getting copy and pasted and licensed to multiple games at the same time. I imagine the Western pop songs get put in several different games, but I'm not sure how many people are going to buy a game so that they can play Rock Lobster or Smoke on the Water or something like that. Here we have a game called The Walking Evil, which is mixed, which is a shame because this video actually looks particularly grotesque and zombified, and the graphics don't look terrible. And then while this is really zoomed up face image, it does show a lot of detail, and this kind of feels like it's an almost attempt at doing something like a Resident Evil Biohazard game without Capcom being involved. But then you have the developer called Indie Game Studio. It's $11.69. They're comparing it to Resident Evil 4. English full audio and Russian full audio. Let's see if we can see a review. The game has so much potential, it's kind of nutty. It's from one developer, and this guy is really good. I'm giving this a negative review because I don't want anybody else to suffer that I had to suffer. There are certain problems that can ruin an experience for a gamer. One of those things is having the ability to save on top of running into constant bugs that throw you into having to replay certain things again. Yeah, I'm going to put this on the follow list. Buggy, while in early access, doesn't scare me so much. I don't know how this game could even be that bad by the looks of it, unless every single screenshot here is just very carefully been created to make it look like a game, and there actually isn't a game here at all, and this is just a Russian troll game that's trying to convince people to buy it. They're not even charging that much. This has got to go on the following list. I hope this turns out great. But then also I hope the developer changes their name, because indie_games_studio is a terrible, terrible name. That is not going to instill trust in the product. Next we have a game on Steam called Color Crush, which by the name probably obviously is a Candy Crush clone, seemingly stealing or cloning and copying the art almost directly. And I don't know why you'd want to play a Candy Crush game without some better widescreen art and more zoomed in if you're going to play it on your PC. I don't know why you want to play a Candy Crush game in general. It's $3.74, English only. This is another great example. If the developers of Candy Crush actually put Candy Crush on Steam, and then if you bought it on Steam, you got a free copy or some kind of in-game purchases of in-game content for the cell phone version, or your accounts just synchronized, that would be interesting. Back when Candy Crush was a big deal, it being able to play on your computer and then move over to your phone and keep your progress and then move back, that would be an interesting idea. And I definitely think Valve should push towards having cell phone games available as side-loaded through Android or something like that. Google Play Games has done absolutely nothing to make a good, healthy video game market, and I'm not sure Valve would do much better, but I think they do slightly better, at least. Next we have 12 Labors of Hercules 10. This is a long-running series from Jet Dog Studios. They, I think, are resource management games by the looks of it, and don't look particularly interesting. $10.79 seems really expensive. English full audio. I guess if there was a series of this style of game, though, that I wanted to play, a long-running series like this might be the right one to pick, because at least there would be something around that idea instead of just picking a random one. Although if I looked really, really carefully, I bet I could find a individual game that is actually way more popular than that in that same style. Let's see. Next we have a game called Spirit Island, which looks like it's a card game that you drag cards into. Looks like they took a board game and made a PC game, and it looks fairly complicated. On top of that, it's early access, $24.99, pretty expensive there. English only, that's way too expensive. But I'll put it on the follow list anyways, and see if maybe the price goes down. But if it doesn't, I think I might take it off the follow list at that point, because it's not reasonably priced. Here we have Escape from Violet Institute, which looks like a platformer that's a side-scroll platformer that then sometimes turns into a 3D first-person shooter horror game. What kind of game is this? It says 2D side-scrolling first-person survival horror game. Tagged also with sexual content. Ooh, this is obviously just a bunch of assets being flipped together for $14.99, English full audio. If somebody could actually pull off this idea of having a 2D side-scrolling game that turned into a first-person shooter that looked way different, that would be funny. But honestly, that should probably be just like an Easter egg or a joke sequence in the game, not an actual sales point. Next we have a game called The Under Presents, which looks like a VR game with a lot of weird, surreal stuff going on from the looks of it. It's best I can tell. Doesn't look bad, it just looks weird. and it might be a little too weird for me, and it might not. I guess it would be saying a lot if it's too weird for me. VR $19.99. Identity single player, English full audio. It's rated positively, so I think it deserves a follow. Nearly an hour now. Next we have Drug Deal Simulator, which this came out on the 16th. It's been nearly a week. I don't know if this is a game that would fall under my rule about not doing somebody's job, because despite being a drug dealer, despite it being illegal, it's effectively somebody's job. I think this is probably also mostly a joke simulation more than an actual simulation, and I'm not sure there's a lot of value in learning how to be a drug dealer, because anything talked about here police probably already know about too, so they're probably not going to know any secrets or let through any secrets. There's also some weirdness in this trailer where you're like tagging places, then you're building up your house and decorating your house, and that feels very asset flippy too. That's it feels a far way away from playing as one of the GTA characters who I'm sure at least one of them was a partial drug dealer, and there was more story and more reason to it. $19.99, or you can bundle it with Thief Simulator, which the idea of being a thief on Thief Simulator was also interesting, but I don't know if that ever made it to a follow list. And then they have buy the best of movie games, and that includes a game called The Beast Inside I've never heard of, if that's a movie. Playing Mechanic Simulator, which it's not based off a movie, and Lust for Darkness, which was not based off a movie, nor do I think Lust for Darkness is made by the same people or published by the same people as this. So they've just made a bundle here that this is the kind of bundles that Valve is trying to get rid of. They don't want these ridiculous bundles where nothing really means anything, and I don't think that there's really much of a discount being offered. Let's see, Thief Simulator is rated very positively and on my wish list. Let's see. I may have to rethink that. Well, Thief Simulator looks a little bit visually better as a game too. And this is from Noble Muffins Playway. So when we go back here, completely different studio, completely different publisher, but Playway SA apparently published several simulator games. So Cooking Simulator they also published. Lust for Darkness they also published. So it is the same publisher, and that's how they got that that bundle. But a lot of these simulators also kind of suck. Some of them useful, interesting, some of them not so much. So I think personally I just don't want to play a game where I'm playing as a drug dealer or some simulator. If I want to be a drug dealer, I think I'd prefer to just actually do it in the real world. It would certainly make me more money than being a YouTube video game critic. Moving on, we have a game on Steam, Building the Universe, The Beginning of Time, which purports itself to be a simulation of building the universe, I imagine, in VR. To me, it looks like it's mostly just a bunch of glowing elements, and it's tagged as educational, but I don't know how much actual education is here, because our understanding of the specific events or core mechanics of creating the universe and the Big Bang isn't that detailed. Not enough to really do anything. It seems like you're just getting quarks and protons and neutrons and putting them together, which I think quarks are way smaller than protons and neutrons, and I think protons are actually way bigger than neutrons, and the interaction at that subatomic level I don't think really means anything or is well understood. So, like, while they may be trying to do some molecular chemistry here and teach that, it's mostly half magic that they're talking instead of real science. $2.99 for and English only, and this doesn't require VR. Oddly, it looks like a VR game. I kind of have to applaud an attempt at making an educational game. Just a bad source, certainly. That there's better known, more scientific things to build a game around than that. Like, they kind of feel like they started with an idea and then tried to make a game around a bad idea. Next, we have a game on Steam called Fort Triumph, which is rated very positively as a turn-based tactical fantasy game. Okay. Doesn't look too terrible. It's $24.99. Man, games are seemingly getting listed at rather high prices these days. Bunch of languages, 27 achievements. It looks very much like Hearthstone, World of Warcraft in its art style. It's got a very nice intro video here. I'll put it on the fall list. We'll see. May even put it on the wish list, but I kind of want to put it on the fall list even though it already satisfies all the reasons to go on the wish list, just to think about it some more because of that price. Next, we have a game on Steam called Save Your Nuts, which seems to be a game where you play as squirrels trying to effectively play something like slam ball or basketball or Rocket League. Get the nuts, put the nuts in the hole while playing as squirrels. Again, a game that probably started with its title and then worked out from that perspective. $14.99, English, French, German, Japanese, and Korean. The problem with this game is that it is mostly online player versus player focused. It probably won't have much of a player base, and it's too simplistic of a game concept for me to really criticize. Like, your experience in a game like this is going to be drastically different based on who's playing with you and how the game plays itself with those other people. Let's see. Next, we have a game called Toho Kikamu Elegant Impermanence of Sakura. It looks like it's a shoot 'em up game, even though they're trying to hide that fact. Yep. I think this is a Toho game of the series of anime witch girls that are actually shoot 'em up games that never really catch my attention, but the spin-off games, of which there seems to be a lot, do. Although we are getting down to the point where we're seeing a Toho game come out almost every 2 weeks. $13.99 Japanese interface and English interface. but subtitles in Chinese. I don't know why English wouldn't get subtitles if the Chinese needed subtitles. See, next we have a game on Steam called Gatto Fight, which clearly is a mobile game being ported to Steam, and clearly they did not bother to do anything helpful here as far as taking off the interface. It is on every single screenshot. Yeah. It's a shame because this doesn't look terrible in an animation style. It looks kind of interesting, but it obviously isn't going to play well. It's $16.99, way too expensive. Full audio Chinese, which makes me assume that it's a Chinese game. So, nope, just not gonna make it. And then that brings me to the Humble Bundle that I said I was not going to look at. And so I'll just quickly see that there are no new Humble Bundles, and then that brings me to my Twitter feed, which I said I was not going to look at. I guess I'm just not being honest. Wasn't being honest with myself enough. But yeah, let's speed up this and go through the news. Really just going to talk about any actual any actual bits of information. Here we have an obituary for the Hellblade mental health consultant Jenny Essen, who got taken by COVID-19 at 45. So we're going to probably start to see more stories like that, almost certainly. That being said, the mental health consultant for Hellblade, well, she did play a pretty big role in characterizing the main character, Suna, or Sasuna, however you pronounce her name, and her mental problems. I don't think she's kind of irreplaceable, for lack of a better term. Like, as an individual human being, of course, she's irreplaceable, as all people are, but as far as just them getting another mental health consultant, it's pretty easy to replace a consultant. That comes off a lot crueler than I think I mean for it to come off, but yeah, it's a bit of a stretch of news. And frankly, we may very well get to the point where so many people are dying in general that unless it is a major creator, a major person in charge of a game, that the news, it'll just stop becoming newsworthy. And we may very well be approaching that point where a low-level employee dying doesn't even bother to get reported on. Let's see. We already talked about WWE 2K21 being canceled, so that's not new, even though I got that information from a lot earlier than it seems. Other people got it. Trials of Mana is on Steam. I'm still not sure Trials of Mana is really the Mana game to play, though. Let's see. Still having a problem with Twitter. When you click on see more tweets, it then jumps you down to the bottom of the page instead of at the top of the page where it should be, or the top of the part where where you could click to see more tweets. And I'm scrolling up quite a lot. So a lot of tweets. Okay, fine. I'm surprised more people haven't been talking about or playing the Black Mesa game. I think it's done. A completely finished product at this point. And I guess you could say that Half-Life Alyx didn't really inspire people to go back and play the old Half-Life games as much as I imagine Valve would have liked, or inspired people to play Black Mesa, or inspired the developers of Black Mesa to make a remake of Half-Life 2, and potentially even go forward and make a Half-Life 3. That would be what people really secretly would want, is that the developers of Black Mesa would remake Half-Life 1, then remake Half-Life 2, and then whatever other Half-Life games there are, and instead move forward to making a Half-Life 3 story that is just not in the hands of Valve at all. Of course, that would be really crazy for Valve to allow them to do that, or give a blessing to that. But honestly, that's what Valve should have done, is that they should have outsourced the development of a Half-Life 3, and if while they were developing it internally, if this other outsourced company developed it and finished it, they would just put that out as Half-Life 3 instead. And I could imagine spending 4 or 5 years trying to develop it in-house, but they've spent 10 years. So after the 5th year anniversary, that they should have thought, all right, we can't get this done. We need to either make big changes, or we need to license the product to somebody else and just keep the name alive. Apparently that Nintendo hack says 160,000 Nintendo accounts were compromised. Interesting. Alright, well, yeah, not a lot there. Interesting, we went over an hour. This is a funny thing. Once it goes over an hour, it resets. So now we're an hour and 10 minutes on waiting to connect. Alright, that's going to be it for this stream. I will learn a lesson from this week and not leave so many games over for Friday, because even though we were burning through them as fast as I could, we still went long, and I only got everything done because I basically stopped playing Magic for an hour, and I'm sure that's not particularly entertaining for a lot of people. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. And if you want to support me further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.